Welcome into the DNVR Avalanche trade deadline frenzy show. I hope y'all are buckled up and ready for 5+ hours of AJ and I sitting here watching nothing at all happen. Brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Way to sell it, bud.
Yeah, I know. It's been a pretty tepid morning. You have the Winnipeg Jets doing a couple of things.
No, the Wild made the big move that I mentioned 2 months ago.
The only big move being the Wild acquiring Marc-Andre Fleury from the Blackhawks. And then turning around and giving away Capo Kakinen. So.
Yeah, what a steal for the Sharks, eh?
Right? They get Kakinen and a fifth for a guy with less than 50 NHL games at age 26.
Hold on 1 second. I have a voicemail from a hospital, so let me.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I'm just going to
have fun.
Shit.
Yeah, do what you got to do. Take yourself out if you want. Beyond the big move from Minnesota, the Capitals did get Marcus Johansson back, and Winnipeg moved Brian Little's contract as well as Nathan Beaulieu. And then yesterday moved Mason Appleton. Yesterday, there was a good amount of trades yesterday. A lot of minor ones, if we're being real about it, but the Leafs did get Mark Giordano, gave a couple of seconds and a third to Seattle. Had Jeremy Lauzon going to Nashville. So there's been a lot of moving parts, but nothing too super out of this world slam dunky. You haven't really seen any firsts go other than the Giroux trade a couple days ago. So still kind of waiting for the big moves to happen.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Go for it.
Because we didn't really get a chance to talk about it. I know you and Jesse and Blaze talked about it after the Sharks game.
Yeah. Well, it was in the pregame, really, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm increasingly confused by this conversation that like Colorado keeps missing on big names.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I talked about this in the Discord the other day too, and I was like, "This is not a real thing."
Well, okay. So, what was your perception of it? Because I missed that conversation.
So, my perception of it was, particularly at the trade deadline, Joe Sakic has a price that he's willing to pay, and that's the end of the story. If someone outbids him, and that's that. Now, the Giroux case, I think, is a little bit different, where Giroux said, "I'm going to Florida," and suck it, Philly. But for the most part, I don't think the Avs have an issue acquiring big names. It's just that the Avs are willing to pay a price, and they won't go any higher. They're not willing to do the stupid thing where they way overpay for somebody. And that's fine. Like, I have no problem if that's your take, but I've seen a lot of people with this take that they think that players don't want to come to Colorado, and I just don't think that's true.
Well, and like I think it's true in the sense that they want to go somewhere else, but I don't think it has a lot to do. I don't think them not wanting to come to Colorado is like a Colorado thing.
Agreed.
You know, like I think with Giroux, you're talking about. I think with Giroux, you're talking about a dude that wanted to.
He wanted something familiar for sure.
Like there was something. There's and like remember Taylor Hall. Taylor Hall vetoed a deal to Vegas last year.
And
that's because he wanted to be in that area. He specifically wanted to stay in that part of the country.
I think this is an issue that has cropped up more in the offseason than at the deadline. Taylor Hall round 2 wanting to stay in Boston. You also have the Panarin thing where his family really wanted to go to New York, or at least the East Coast. But it's just, and then, like, that's fine, right? Like, players are allowed to go wherever they want for whatever reasons they want. I don't have any problem with that. But I would also stress to people that players who do come to Colorado almost always love it here. So many guys that come to this city, and play for this team love the city. A lot of them stick around. It's a very popular place to live, especially once you retire. So,
Yeah, and like I think all this stuff about like Giroux was worried about where he would play or whatever. Like people assuming that Giroux's gonna be on the third line or whatever. Like, really, guys? You guys thought that they were gonna put Claude Giroux next to Alex Newhook on the third line?
I also don't think it's a real take that Giroux was worried about where he was going to play.
Yeah, and like, oh, he wasn't gonna get power play time or whatever. Like, we don't honestly know. He hasn't come out and said anything. He doesn't know anybody a damn explanation.
Definitely not.
So he doesn't have to say shit. So Kyle Quincy played like several years here.
Yeah, it was at least like 2 or 3 seasons.
But another example of a dude that just lives here.
Yep.
But I don't know, like we don't know the specifics of why Giroux decided what he decided. But for all of the talk of like, oh, it's a concern that players don't want to come here. And it's like, is it? Because the players that come here, the players that come here
don't want to leave.
Don't tend to leave as much. So
agreed.
why would John Gibson be a move for the Avs? Even in the summer, why would you do that? Why would you spend assets on John Gibson, who's now in his 4th consecutive season of poor play, when you can just re-sign Darcy Kemper?
I mean, if they're giving John Gibson away, I think it's a conversation. But
totally, if they're giving him away,
the price is probably way too much, right?
I mean, hey man, if you want to do what Vegas did with Fleury,
all over that,
and like nothing, oh, great.
Okay. So, chat, what's your dream target for the Avs since there's no Giroux anymore? I'm curious what chat wants right now. I see Ehlers' name, which seems really unlikely.
It's always going to be a bunch of unrealistic nonsense, man. Like, oh, Philip Forsberg,
Jesper Bratt, Max Domi, Lehkonen, a lot of Domi, some Scheifele. Someone wants Forsberg, Stastny, Raquel, Kane, Larkin. All right, you guys are all over the board. There's like, that's a lot of different names.
And how many of those names are actually like in play?
I mean, some of them. There's a lot of Domi. There's a lot of Stastny in there. It's a Kessel.
Kessel. Yeah, I mean, Domi is expected to get moved today. I think that's going to be a really interesting. No matter where he goes, I think that's going to be interesting.
He was held out of practice for Columbus.
Yeah.
So
just because he's had such an up and down career where like one year he's very good and then the next year he's total dog shit.
Yep.
So I obviously if he lands in Colorado, I'm more invested in it, but really no matter where he goes, I think it's going to be a fascinating. He's one of the more interesting players in the league. To just guys that have careers that do that, I just think are really very interesting.
Yeah. What? You're in Winnipeg, AJ. What do you make of all these Winnipeg deals?
Well, I mean, they're gonna trade Copp.
Okay.
I don't like them getting Appleton back. I think is probably we're preparing to trade Copp.
Sure.
And for a 4th round pick, I mean that was not much.
Yeah, I mean I think Winnipeg definitely got value there for sure.
Like it's fine, right? Like it was not a big deal.
They also to turn around and dump that 4th round pick, another 4th round pick. No, rather reacquire a 4th round pick. My fault. To dump Brian Little's contract, essentially.
Yeah. No, I think. I mean, Little's been hurt for a while now, and his career is over. And we know that the Coyotes were looking for cap dumps
ways
so
to
that
get
they
to the
could,
cap floor. Yeah,
so they could get to the floor for next year. So, we expected some of that.
Sure. Then you have,
but ultimately, I don't like. I think they're selling.
Sure.
And I'm just not too. I'm just not that concerned about it. The narrative up here is that they needed to win 15 of 20 games starting last night. So now they need to win 14 of 19 games.
So that's a lot.
Yeah, a lot. That's a lot of winning for a team that, to be honest, just hasn't consistently done much of anything this year. Like they've had their winning streaks, they've had their losing streaks. They've done a little more losing than winning, but they've been ridiculously inconsistent all over the place.
Yeah. Washington going back to the well with Marcus Johansson.
Yeah, getting Mojo back was interesting. He hasn't done shit in Seattle.
Yeah, he really hasn't.
So, like, there are some guys where you're like, look, Colin Blackwell getting moved yesterday, I thought was like, okay, that's a smart throw guy.
Yeah,
like I get that. But a guy like Mojo, where you're like that dude was talked about as a top 6 guy for them, and it's just like at this point in his career, you're like,
to be fair, they gave up a hodgepodge of random stuff for him and sprung a 4th and a 6th.
Yeah,
like the price was outrageous or anything.
I'm actually curious if Sprong actually still has any kind of like if somebody's like,
value
Sprong
at all. Yeah. I mean, he's just Tyson Jost, but a couple years older. I guess probably a little worse. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's never really like found a role, right? Like he got rushed to the NHL. He was really highly touted as a prospect. He wasn't supposed to go as low as he did in the draft. And then they threw him into the NHL, and then he never really got going.
Yeah.
And if you look at his career, like he's been like decently productive occasionally. And he's been in totally different situations. Like he started out in Pittsburgh on cup contending teams, like barely contributing, but bringing sort of a skill element to their bottom 6. And okay, well, that's valuable. You need that. But he didn't have all those other like bottom 6 grinder type things, right? Like he's not a guy that hits. He's not a guy that blocks shots. He's not a guy that does anything on special teams for you. So kind of a weird fit. And then he goes to Anaheim, and Anaheim was just kind of like, we're good.
Don't need it.
Yeah, like, we're all right without this. He had like a bit of a breakout last year in Washington, and then this year it was back to normal.
Couple of super chats here. $10 from Tony saying, welcome to Colorado, the Bozak. Bozak's not coming to Colorado, for the record.
Yeah, he's like hurt.
Yep.
But
thank you for the $10. Much appreciated. 666 from Travis saying, let's get started. Dark Lord Lucifer Mistopheles, give the Avs the trade and the firepower they need for the cup. Rudo, cue the goat sacrifice. Didn't buy a goat, unfortunately, but I'm sure that'll work.
That's okay. You're on a pod with me. You're goat adjacent on a regular basis.
Wow. We have to sacrifice you now, though, so
that's fine. Why do you think I've been building up all the young talent on the Avs beat? Preparing for this moment. It's for the greater good. The greater good.
What time today is the end of trading deadline? Trading deadline ends at it's 3 Eastern.
So we have a couple of hours.
It sort of, right? You have to be on hold with the NHL at 3 Eastern. So it's more like trades keep rolling in until about 5 Eastern, usually. But
yeah, trades will be rolling in for at least 90 minutes or so.
Yep.
Trying to look at Darren Helm's season and see if there's something that really needs. Oh man, he's gotten a lot better.
We'll be live probably for at least like 4 or 5 hours, well past 3 Eastern. So, buckle up. We'll be vibing for a while. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, Wharf Jig.
Any thoughts on the Isles? Parise, Clutterbuck, Martin.
Parise, please.
Chicago got a conditional second that becomes a first if they make the conference finals, and Fleury has 4 playoff wins.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start here. Like let's kind of start with let's actually rock some structure here. Let's talk about some of the shit that's happened. Because there's plenty that has taken place, and our poor graphics peeps have actually been
working on stuff.
Yeah, working on things, and I would like to make use of them.
First of all, our trade deadline bingo card.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll hit most of these.
We could probably start popping some of those out.
Yeah,
too.
I'm sure you can knock off at least like a handful of those.
Yeah.
$2 from Rick. Is the Fleury trade concerning for the Avs?
No.
But yeah, I don't think so.
I'm not that worried about it. He really hasn't been that good this year. He's been fine. He's been passable. But not anything like
super special. Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 from Sean. I was in the crowd for the Eagles 10-3 loss. I've seen Annan play about 8 times. Very hot and cold player. Is he in play for the trade deadline? Very likely not in play for the trade deadline. Yeah, he's like every goalie prospect ever who has wild inconsistency.
Well, and one thing that I think people really need to keep in mind with AHL goaltenders, especially ones who are in Annan's position where he's like the hard starter right now.
Yep.
Is that if you're playing all the games, you're playing back-to-back nights.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you just don't have it. So, I think it should be a lot more of a question mark of what the hell is up with Hunter Miska the one time he does get in.
God, that guy
just
is not having a good year. Like, so that dude went from a quality AHL goaltender to riding the struggle bus.
Yeah, I understand about the bingo cards, but we're not going to make separate bingo cards for
we're not making
number of people.
800 bingo cards.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
It's just something fun to do, man.
$2 from the Schick. Don't kill me, but what about Bertuzzi?
What about Bertuzzi?
I don't know.
I mean, I put it out there last week because I know my audience, and every once in a while I like to fire people up, but no. I mean, you can't. If you had full confidence that you were not going to play
any Canadian teams,
Canadian team in the postseason, or you have full confidence that those restrictions would get lifted at some point, then maybe you can have that conversation. But until one of those two things, one or two of those things is true, you just can't take that chance.
Yep, I agree. And especially you look at the West and you're like, well, right now the Avs' main competition could be Calgary. It's real hard to make that sale. So we'll see. But look, I mean, I think Tyler Bertuzzi has shown
Bo Byram is in a normal jersey.
Let's go.
He's going to be their deadline acquisition, and I'm going to have a moment to myself.
Easy life, as reported by Jesse Montano himself at practice. Should be interesting. So, this is a real conversation, not just for Bo, which obviously super happy for, but with a presumptuously healthy Bo, the Avs don't have any need to go get another defenseman, right?
So, I've thought about this.
Oh boy, here we go.
And I just don't know where you can do it. I just think you're already talking about if you're healthy, and I understand that that's a huge caveat. But right now, look, Bo Byram's wearing a normal jersey, a regular jersey.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but at this point, Homeboy is on track. I mean, we're 6 weeks from the playoffs.
Yeah.
Homeboy is on track to be back before then. If he is healthy, and Sam Girard his timeline is to be back well before the start of the postseason as well.
Yeah.
You're talking about realistically, Murray and the Johnsons are competing for one spot.
Your number 6 spot. Yeah.
You don't need any more help at that position. The only reason that you would make a deal at that position for defense is if you swap like a Shane Bowers or a Martin Kaut for an AHL guy like that. That's it though.
$2 from Ian DeBrusque with that $4 million AAV extension. Yep. He's signed through 2024 now. So guess he's staying in Boston.
So about that, just real quick. Some of the concern about DeBrusque was not knowing what a future deal would be, and his qualifying offer was $4.4 million. Now, obviously,
sign under the QO, basically.
It's $4 million, but the biggest thing is that there's cost certainty for this year and next.
Yep.
So teams at least know the price that they would be paying for the player instead of having it be like, well, we could give him the QO for 1 year. You know, I think $4 million is probably still a little
high, for sure.
Little pricey. But I'm intrigued. I will forever be intrigued by Jake DeBrusque. I think stylistically he fits in Colorado, but we'll see.
20 Swedish dollars.
I'm not sure what their actual currency is called.
It's the kroner. It's the kroner.
Ignorant American classic, right?
It's the kroner, I'm telling you.
Interesting.
Swedish kroner, I'm pretty sure. Cheers from Sweden, guys. Thoughts on Andrew Kopp?
So if it were not for the concussion history, I think Kopp would be a hard, absolutely rules. He's a great fit. He really had started he'd really started to ascend into Winnipeg's top 6, and then injury issues. So his scoring rates, he's not as good a shooter as JT Compher, but he's a better playmaker. Really, Kopp is everything that JT Compher is rumored to be. Everything that Jared Bednar thinks that he is based on usage is what I'm trying to say. Everything that you would sell somebody on Andrew Kopp is the same way that you would sell somebody on JT Compher, except Kopp's left-handed. And I think Kopp is a better player. And Kopp is better and more consistent winning faceoffs. So look, if they end up with Andrew Kopp today, one, it's going to be expensive because he's reportedly looking for a fucking 5x5 in the offseason. And look, he can look all he wants. I'm not sure he'll get that, but that's something. But I think the player is a really good fit and would be really good. You put him at center next to Nichushkin, and you move Newhook into your top 6 next to Kadri and Burakovsky, and I think you really have a Nichushkin, Kopp, Compher third line is absolutely something that you could go to war with in a playoff series. And the big thing is that would push LOC down to your 4th line.
Okay. I. What's the price, though? I guess is the real question.
Too much. Probably a couple of seconds. I know they want a first, but I think that is just.
It's not gonna happen.
It's not going to be. Well, it's not going to be cheap, man.
Sure. Okay. We had one more super chat here. Well, two more actually. $2 from Alex. Saravalli mentioned Brat. Question mark.
So, if you're the New Jersey Devils and you're sitting around and you're looking at teams talking themselves into a first round pick for fucking Arturi Lehkonen or something, right? You're seeing some of these trade returns. You see what Brandon fucking Hagel got in return. Why would you not, with Jesper Bratt, a guy who has, out of absolutely nowhere, a guy who has thrown up a point per game season this year, a guy who's been rolling along 30 points every year, you know, he's in his early 20s, and now he drops a 60-point season on you. Why would you not test the market and see what you could get for that dude?
Why not? Also 99 cents from Spence. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. So
like, that's a conversation where it's like, I don't think he's actually on the move. I just think
someone pays something
yeah, got in return and was like, let's see if we can sell high on this guy and somebody does something irresponsible for him. Like, we would have loved to keep him, but look at what some of this crazy shit is happening. So I think that's probably what's up with Brad.
$2 from Pin King. Who is at the arena on Wednesday night? If you mean from us, it will be Jesse. He will be in the building. Thoughts on Kopitar and Getzlab being on rebuilding teams? Gotta think that they'll be moved eventually. Kopitar's not getting moved. The Kings are gonna try to make a playoff push here.
The Kings are not rebuilding.
Yeah, they're trying to come out of a rebuild to make the playoffs.
And Getzlaf has now on multiple occasions chosen to stay in Anaheim when he could have left.
Yep.
So my thought is he's exactly where he wants to be.
Agreed. He doesn't really look like he wants to go anywhere. Do either of you have thoughts on if McBain was a legit breakout at BC or scoring inflated from all the good players being out of the way? Which McBain was traded to the Coyotes for a second-round pick, by the way. So
I think it's a good bet for the Coyotes. I understand why he didn't want to play in Minnesota. He wanted to play. He wants an opportunity.
Yep.
So use that leverage and get traded somewhere you want to play.
Make it work for you. Is it at all realistic to re-sign Josh Manson?
I think yes, if you buy out Eric Johnson.
I mean, the question is like, what is Manson going to want money-wise?
Yeah. Well, I think term is a concern there because at 30 years old,
yeah,
you want to know, you know, boy, does that price look even better today.
Yeah, no kidding.
So
the thing is, like, it's been 3 years since he's had a proper healthy season. He hasn't even provided 10 points. He'll likely get to 10 this year, but
he needs 1 point.
Yeah, but he's making $4.1 million right now, and it's hard to see him getting that much again, given his underlyings. But who's to say? Incredibly generous super chat here from Oliver. $50. Drinks on me, boys. Keep the vocal cords lathered. Long day ahead. Thank you very much, Oliver. That's a lot of money. We appreciate it. AJ has like 8 drinks just out of frame. Trust me. He's got all sorts of stuff ready to go for today. So
I got more in the fridge downstairs.
He's ready. He's got the drinks.
Also, an array of jerky.
Ooh, jerky.
I bought a
That's
bunch of
call.
it.
It's
Just
not.
'cause I was preparing for this moment.
More of a Slim Jim man myself, but
I was until I worked at Airbnb, and then the little my like daily routine instead of like eating like a real lunch, like a
it was
proper
like a
adult,
Slim Jim.
is I would go over there and I would use the little punch card that
Yeah,
you
the
load
swipe
money on,
machine. Yeah.
and I would grab a Slim Jim and whatever drink I wanted that day, and just boop,
I had enough Slim Jims for a lifetime.
and it was like this is gonna be a while till I have to, yeah, dude. We can absolutely talk about some F1 real quick because
Oh man, what a race,
yesterday
dude! What a
such
race!
a fun race. It was so fun. Like it actually being competitive was awesome. The highlight of the race had to be the back and forth between Max and Charles.
The
back-to-back laps.
They're just overtaking each other left and right. It's genuinely the best racing I've seen at the front in years.
It was awesome, and you're not feeling like, oh my god, this guy's car is just on a different level.
Right.
They can't handle it. I will say though, dude, I was really kind of fucking annoyed with that safety car, just because obviously I'm rooting for a Ferrari victory.
Yeah, well, it worked out for you, bud.
Watching like a 6-second lead get
just evaporate. Yeah,
and now I'm like, Jesus Christ, does this guy ever win a fucking race without a safety car? What's going on here? And obviously, like, this is recency bias because Max is an incredible driver, and won like half the races last year. But
I mean, there was more than a little karma for Red Bull in this race at the end.
It's like, is it though? Because you're talking about the first race of the season. This is entirely recoverable.
Oh, totally. But the double DNF, still, that stings a little bit.
It felt good. It felt good to watch.
Not for me.
I enjoyed it.
I thought it sucked.
I thought it was. I enjoyed that part of it just because it was drama. But like,
I would have enjoyed it a lot more if it didn't give Hamilton a frickin' podium for free.
I mean, in no way did that bother me.
Yeah, K-Mag in 5th, though. Let's go. I've been trying so hard to not get hype on Haas this preseason, and I can't now. I have to just... K-Mag is dope. Dude, Haas is dope. Let's go.
Yeah, and like Mick with an 11th.
Yeah, right? He almost was in the points.
Yeah, well, he was, and then Yuki overtook him on, I think it was the last lap, and it was just like...
I have Yuki on my fantasy team, so that was good for me.
I mean, it was like Yuki is... If you watch Drive to Survive, the most recent season, and you walk out of it and you aren't a Yuki Tsunoda fan, fuck you.
$5 from MJ Seahawk. Bo is back in black. Yep. The Avs getting trade deadline acquisitions one way or another with Bo Byron.
Yeah.
So...
No, honestly, I think that's one of their X factors, though, because it takes the defense to a completely... Like, we knew Sam Girard was going to be back, okay? And having the conversation where you're looking at a top 4. You're going into a series against Colorado, and you have a top 4 of Devon Taves, Cale Makar, Sam Girard, Josh Manson. Pretty good.
Yep.
And then you have a third pairing of Ryan Murray and the Johnsons, whatever alignment,
however it fits,
they end up going with. It's passable. It's solid. And at times, it's been a disaster this year. At times, it's been very good. So you just don't really... It's a classic third pairing. You don't really know what it's going to be. If it's going to be really good or if it's going to be really bad, right? Like, you have no idea. That's how third pairings in the NHL are. You drop Bo Byram into that mix. Put Byram on that third pairing and put him next to Eric Johnson, put him next to Jack Johnson, put him next to Ryan Murray. That's a very good defense. And each one of those pairings has the potential offensively to hurt you on any given shift.
A couple of trades coming through here. It looks like Brett Kulak is going to Edmonton and Alex Biega is going to the Predators. So, wee. It's our first trade alert of the show.
Do we have any price on those?
Don't have full details yet by the looks of it. Let me see. Maybe Sarah Volley has it. Yeah, no. Kulak to the Oilers, Biega to the Preds, but no full prices on them yet.
Okay. Biega, I have no thoughts on whatsoever. Okay. Kulak I think, is one of the better, what I thought of as like a plan B or C defenseman.
Sure.
At this deadline, and for the Oilers to get him, I think that's just good business.
What we did get a question here, not from the YouTube chat, but someone DM'd me because they couldn't do it in the YouTube chat. Would you be disappointed if the Avs are done, if they don't do anything today at the deadline?
Yes and no.
Okay. So, iffy.
So I would be disappointed. I would be disappointed because I think it's a missed opportunity to do something with an obvious position of need.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be disappointed because I think Colorado's weakness in the bottom six is slightly overstated.
Okay.
Just slightly overstated.
It's better, but it's not a disaster kind of thing.
Yeah, because like you saw the thing. I don't know if you saw it, but Peter Baugh posted the picture of Colorado's bottoms. Like, this is what they, and I was like, look, what does any team's bottom six look like without their top six forwards? I would be genuinely curious. I didn't want to go through and look through 31 other teams and figure out who their top six guys were, and then go through and do all the manual customization of their rosters to find out.
Yeah.
So I guess it's on me for not having an answer to that, but it's just not. I just don't think it's all that interesting. So
trades keep rolling in. Wee. Justin Braun is going to the Rangers.
Cool. That will definitely help their really shitty play driving, because everybody knows Justin Braun is quite the offensive defenseman.
He's actually the opposite of ever moving the puck in either direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. But Braun, an interesting name just because he had kind of been swirling around the Avs a little bit. That was probably more related to a Giroux thing, though, than Braun individually, to be honest. But we'll see. You expect is Philadelphia in full fire sale mode at this point? Do you think you'll see Sanheim go too, or
no?
This is it.
Nope.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if they did anything else.
All right. Well, that was a quick flurry of trades for 3 whole minutes.
Yeah, well, and not having returns.
Yeah, the returns will come, I'm sure, in the next couple minutes here, and then we'll see.
So I know a lot of you guys are asking about Rickard Rakell, and I would just, we've talked about him on the show before, and my genuine question is, what's the interest?
He's just not that good.
Yeah. Why are people so hype on Rickard Rakell? Like, is he better than Logan O'Connor if you were to play next to Newhook on your third line? Totally. But is he the kind of guy that you want playing on a third line? I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah.
He's now several years removed from the back-to-back 30-goal seasons. I'm just kind of
very in it. Well, I think it's especially the conversation there you're pushing towards is it's really hard, I think, to get Rakell to a spot where he's going to be worth the price the Ducks want for him.
Well, and like that's cool, but they will lose him in free agency for nothing then.
Sure. And it's like the same conversation we had with Gibson, right? It's like if they're willing to give him up for nothing, absolutely you should be in that conversation. But
yeah, like at that point, like make your call.
We'll see.
Yeah. I just don't. I'm just not sure with Raquel. I don't think that. I'm not in love with the player, and again, I think that him being a right wing his entire career, it feels like you're kind of full there.
Yeah.
Between Comfer, LOC, and Knack. Now, obviously, like Raquel's better than I would probably say all three of those guys.
Yeah.
But where are you planning on playing him to maximize him? Are you going to put him on? Are you going to put him next to Newhook on a third line? Are you going to? And now your third line is one that you don't want to play
darn soft defensively. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want to play him when you're in your own zone. Or do you move him up and you put him in Burakovsky's spot and a guy and a guy in Burakovsky who you probably want to sign after this season, and a guy who has outproduced Rickard Rakell the last several seasons, like pretty fucking thoroughly, playing for you, is now also taking a backseat to that guy.
Yeah, feels
and now
bad.
He's the one, and now he's that guy? Or is it you move Burakovsky to the left side and you put Nichushkin next to Newhook and then Raquel next to Kadri and Burakovsky? You could sell me on that. That would be an alignment that I would say, that could be interesting.
Justin Braun goes for a third, by the way.
Cool.
Which seems like a totally reasonable price to me.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Yep.
So, but anyway, yeah, like with Raquel, where does he go? You can't just get the player and then be like, okay,
we got him.
What's the plan? Because if you were to put him with Burakovsky and Kadri on the second line, I like that. I actually like that alignment. And then Newhook with Nichushkin. One thing that we have seen with Nichushkin is that he elevates every line that he's on just by being who he is. He finds a way to contribute. I don't know that he necessarily elevates McKinnon and Rantanen, but the fact that he very comfortably has played with them, that Gabe Landeskog has gone out and Val Nichushkin seamlessly slid into that role, one tells you in a postseason series, you might seriously consider moving Landy off that line, putting Nuke there.
Yep.
But if you do that and you go and get Raquel, then which guy? Like, where are you?
Sure. You're making more questions for yourself in some ways.
Yeah, and like, obviously, oh no, the talent. It's overwhelming. What do I do? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just curious what the plan would be and how you make all those guys work. So that would be my question for Raquel. Lehkonen. So here's the thing about Lehkonen that I love. What he does well, he is among the very best in the NHL at. He is an excellent PK guy. He is an excellent skater. He is an excellent, hardworking, disruptive defensive winger at all times. Just a pain in the ass to play against. Not super physical, just a try hard that gets on top of you and is very, like, obnoxious, right?
Yep.
Like
the typical pesty.
Very, 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 very good at what he does.
Yep.
My concern is if you acquire him now, you're going to overpay like crazy for a limited player. Because you go and you look and you say, what's different this year about Lehkonen? And you just look at the surface stats and you say everything is the same, except he's shooting 11.8%. Now, his rookie year, he shot 11.4% and scored 18 goals. And everybody in Montreal has basically just wondered what the fuck happened.
Yep.
Where did all those goals go? What happened? Where did it all? Next highest is 13, which he's now tied through 58 games. But he never shot 11% again. He never came all that close to it. Now he's shooting 11% again, and people are like, He's added that goal scoring. He's a finisher again. And it's like, or is he just having one of those seasons?
Shooting percentage comes and goes sometimes.
Are you about to, if you trade for Artturi Lehkonen, are you about to pay for shooting percentage? For the variance in shooting percentage? You're going to buy high on a guy that's going to give you 12 goals next year. Because he's an RFA and you can give him a reasonable contract and you can keep him for a number of years and blah, 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 blah. That has appeal to it. You like that part of the conversation, that he's not just a UFA stopgap that's just going to swing into your organization and then
be gone. Yeah.
He's an RFA, you can keep him. You could probably give him a multi-year deal. But with Lehkonen, there is a real concern about just how good is he.
Sure.
So he would not be in Colorado's top 6, but absolutely you drop that guy and put him next to Alex Newhook. Girl, please. But JT Compher on the right side, you got the makings of a pretty fun line there.
Oh, we forgot to put this on our bingo card. Biega got traded for future considerations.
I thought future considerations was on there.
Yeah, I think we forgot to put it on there. I don't know.
Oh. Well, that sucks. I thought it was. But yes, that should have been on there.
Yeah, I don't think future considerations is on there.
Retroactively put it on there so we can say that it was on there.
There you go. How many of these have hit already? It's got to be a decent amount.
We got to fix prospect swap too.
Yeah, it's till SOP. Prospect SOP.
Yeah.
Look, no one has been traded more than future considerations. It's true. There you go. Is it a third? I don't think it's a third for Kulak. That was for Braun.
Is this happening?
It's what happening? What?
My light is flickering.
We were at a graphic, so I couldn't see.
It's still doing it. It looks fine on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. And you're like staring into your light bulb now. Gonna go blind.
All right, if I switch it to the suntan feature.
Yeah. Now you're just nice and oranged
I
up.
need a Mai Tai stat. Oh, it snows outside.
Yeah, it's snowing here too.
It's like so it's really like too warm to snow.
Yeah.
So it's actually like raining.
A little bit of sleet. Yeah.
The weather report was wintry mix. And I'd never heard that before.
Okay.
A wintry mix.
Wintry mix.
Yeah. So, anyway, more talk about Max Domi. I can't remember. Was it you or Jesse that's the Max Domi guy?
Me.
So me.
He's kind of a lot like you said what Lehkonen is, only he's actually good at goal scoring. Not as good defensively, but the pesty side. He's willing to get physical with guys. He's willing to jump in there. He's also had, a 28-goal season, but more realistically, when he plays a full 82, you're going to get 15 to 20 goals out of him. So I think there's a little bit more offensive upside there for a guy that, unlike a Rickard Rakell, I think it feels okay to put a Max Domi on your third line if you want to, or you could swap him in if you want some more grit on a second line, something like that.
So he is currently averaging 13.25 of ice time. How much would that drastically? This is ridiculous, and I don't like it. How much does that change in Colorado?
His ice time?
Yeah, 13.25 in Columbus right now.
I don't think it would change all that much, and if he's on a third line, the only way it changes is if they want him on a second line and it goes up. Maybe he's playing 14 minutes on the Avs third line, whatever. But
Okay. I want to see what his teammates are, who his
Sure.
most common line mates are this year.
Go for it.
Because so this year his most common line mate, Jack Roslovic, another guy that's on the block.
Yep.
Sean Corrali, Cole Sillinger, Igor Chinikov, and then everybody else is below 100 minutes. So I'm not going to get into that.
I mean,
So he's not playing with anybody high end at all.
You want to give Alex Newhook help.
Okay, so is Max Domi, he's strictly just the left wing there then, right?
Yeah, I'm putting him on the wing, 100%.
Okay, cool. Because I agree with you that I would not be putting him at center. I think that Montreal tried that experiment. It sucked.
Yep. The Avs don't need him to play center. It's fine.
Ooh, an AHL deal. That's fun.
Banger.
Braden Burke for Frederick Allaire.
Wee. There you go. Is that even really a prospect swap? I don't know. I don't even know if that counts for the big.
Well, I don't think that's a prospect swap. I think that's just
just two AHL dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Allaire's 24. Yeah.
So Roslovic would be interesting, except there are persisting questions about work ethic. And
I mean, a trade he'd be on his third organization at that point.
Well, and in his second in as many years.
Yeah.
Like, and him going back to Columbus is like he's going back home, where he's from, where he's born, where he grew up.
Well, and
so for the record, a right-handed Tyson Jost would love to have 30 points right now.
Yeah, he would kill for that.
Yeah, if Tyson Jost had 30 points right now, he'd still be an Av.
Certainly wouldn't have gotten traded for Nico Sturm.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing with Roslovic, and to be clear here, I don't know him. I don't know what he's like in the room. He could be a great guy. He probably is. But when guys start doing things like requesting trades out of places like he did with Winnipeg, those dudes start to get a reputation around the league sometimes, right? So
yeah, well, they do. And when you start to get into work ethic or intangible issues,
yeah,
that's like the kiss of death in the NHL. You would better be a really, 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 really good, talented player if you're going to have
for people to put up with that. Yeah,
because that just does not fly. So,
yeah, it's a hard sell, and there is a lot of
Line A, I think, would have been more interesting a month ago.
And Line A, is one of those guys who, I don't know if it's a work ethic issue, but certainly a one-dimensional player that he's just a weird one in general, because Line A is the type of player you build around, not someone you go get at a deadline and try to drop into a system.
Yeah, that's not that. Line A is definitely not a deadline type of move. The one guy from Columbus that I actually would have really, really been intrigued by would have been Alexander Texier. But him getting the indefinite leave of absence kind of took me out of that conversation.
Shout out our old buddy Drew Kreisman. AJ, who does the best spinning goal? It might not be Drew. It might.
If it's actually Drew,
there many people have been impersonated in our chat before. So
yeah, if it's actually Drew, I think spinning goals might be Texier. He's got the flash, man. He's a very flashy goal scorer.
You think?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of who else does spinning goals, and I don't have a good answer, so I guess it's fair.
Yeah.
But $5 from Pin King. Like I tell people, you have a lot of baggage. You better be good, or teams won't be willing to deal with you.
Yeah, I mean that's any workplace, right? Any workplace can only put up with so much baggage.
And they're willing to put up with a lot more if you're real good at what you do.
Yeah.
So be good or be clean, I guess.
Yeah, so no timeline on a Byram return, no surprise. The fact that, I mean, he literally had one. This is his first practice in a normal jersey.
Yeah, he'd been skating with the team in a no contact for a little while. But I don't know the timeline. It's possible he could play tonight, but I wouldn't expect it. So we'll see with Byram. He'll come back when he's ready, like we've been saying this whole time. It's just he's a lot closer to being ready. So
yeah, well, all of the things that he needed to do to climb that mountain, he's starting to check a lot of the boxes. He needed to get back on the ice, needed to get back into an arena, he needed to get back around the team, he needed to get into a non-contact sweater. All right, well, now he's done all that shit. He's checked all those boxes. Now he's in a normal jersey. Now he needs to get back to where he's comfortable in a normal jersey. So we don't have a timeline, but just given how this has worked, give him another 2 weeks, and if we see him halfway through April, I don't think.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it would be a big surprise.
50 kroner from Mr. Purple. So if the Avs do nothing, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, they didn't do nothing. They added Nico Sturm and Josh Manson, and that
even
can't
if that
be
wasn't
it
on the
can't be
deadline
ignored.
officially.
Yeah, that part of it can't be ignored. Because I think that does make them better. I think it does make them better for playoff hockey. I think that did fill needs and that did check some boxes for them. So I think that was meaningful. But if he doesn't do anything today, I think Colorado's the best team in the NHL, and I think they're certainly the best team out west. And I'm ready to see them go to war with what they have. It would be a disappointment because I think it's a missed opportunity to make your team better.
Being the best doesn't mean you can't get better.
Yeah, absolutely. As I've said, I think that Colorado's bottom six problems are a little bit overstated because we watch the team every day and we're around them constantly.
It's a little bit of the you've picked it to death at this point.
Exactly. You watch and you constantly are like, and I also a point that I haven't made but I think about a lot is that you can live with a bottom six that doesn't produce a whole lot when you have the most prolific scoring defense in the league.
As long as your bottom six doesn't hurt you, you're doing okay.
Yeah. And Sturm's going to help, but like the guy has like 20 points. Like he's not like, you're not talking about a guy that's going to offensively change.
Not going to make that big of a difference.
Yeah.
Gives you marginally more goal scoring than Joe's did, but not a ton.
Yeah. Like we're talking like nitpicking a goal here, a goal there, an assist here. It's just like, it's just not that big of a deal. So to be honest with you, I'm fine with any asset in the organization that's not already on the NHL roster being traded. There's no prospect that's untouchable. There's no pick that's untouchable. Doesn't bother me at all.
No picks. I'd say Annunen would be a tough one to trade.
Annunen would have to be for something very specific. But I would say he's as close as it gets to an untouchable for me, just because you don't have anything else.
Right. That's the start and the end of the goalie conversation, really. Trent Miner, we'll see in a couple of years. But
I mean,
but I agree. I think picks should be available fully. Justin Barron, you want to make sure it's the right trade, but certainly not off the block entirely. And buckle up, chat, because there's a very good chance the Avs don't have a trade announced until after the deadline has technically passed. The way this happens every year is there's a handful of trades actually during it, and then there's like 40 trades that all phone in after 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So it's gonna be a long wait, probably.
Yeah, I mean, we're here for the next several hours.
Yep. So
it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think I think everybody's hot on Calgary because they're the new kid on the block. They're the new sexy. They're what Colorado was last year. They're what Colorado was 2 years ago when everybody was loving them. It's easier to be like, I love these guys. I love this. I love that. And then because Colorado's kind of old hat out west now as a favorite after the last 2 years, I think it's easy to pick them apart and be like, oh, the goaltending and the this and the I don't know if these guys are playoff performers. And then you go and you stroke yourself off to the Flames. We are like, that team was a top seed 3 years. Like, that team started this Colorado run.
Literally the same core. Now, granted, they do have Markstrom now.
So, but Mike Smith played great in that series.
True, he did. You're right.
So it's like, I just, it's the part that blows me away when people after the Avs lose a game, they're like, people roll into my mentions and they're like, quit being such a fucking homer, AJ, and admit to this team has flaws. And you're like, all right, the team has flaws. And they're like, thank you. How are they going to win a playoff series against the LA Kings? And I'm like,
by beating them?
That's the shit that you're concerned about? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, Colorado is just so much better than the other teams out west right now. And I'd include Calgary. I would include Calgary because
I don't think it's particularly close.
Very much like the season that they had a couple of years ago, Calgary has faced almost no adversity this year.
Yep. Any idea why Florida was able to add Hag for only a sixth? Well, Hag's kind of bad.
Yeah, he's not very good. He's not a very good defenseman. For the price, you're like, wow, he doesn't have to be very good.
Yep.
But guess what?
He's not.
He's not. So, cool.
Yeah, there you go. Hag for a sixth.
And if you're Buffalo, you're like, all right, it's cool.
We got a pick for Buffalo is a bit of a weird one this year too. It just doesn't feel like they have a ton to trade.
I think Calgary has a deeper forward core right now. I think their top 9 especially is a lot better, but their top 9 is deeper. I don't want to say a lot better.
The top end of the top, I think you're taking the Avs every time, right?
Well, and you're talking about Calgary's top line has been the best top line in the NHL this year and has torn it up. And head-to-head, Colorado has done fine in both of those games. Best on best. And when you get into the defenses, though, I think Calgary's defense is probably better right now. But if you add Sam Girard and you add Bowen Byram to Colorado's defense, I think Colorado's defense is the best defense in the NHL.
Yep.
And that's just that. And between Markstrom and Kemper, I don't think that there's an advantage for either team.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So, how do I feel about Vegas today? I don't. I mean, they're so beat up.
It's hard to make any real claim about them. Yeah.
Yeah. Will they survive to the postseason? I hope they get the 8th seed and
the Avs bounce them.
Yeah, and I hope that the Avs fucking beat them in 4.
Yep.
4 or 6 because I want them to do it in Vegas. I want them to get to wave bye to that crowd.
Yeah. I mean, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that any move works out, right? That's the risk of the trade deadline.
That's the risk of any move ever. Right. You have a free agency signing. You have any of this, right? That's the big risk in all of it, is that this just doesn't work out, and
it happens all the time. Look at when the Avs went and got Derek Brassard a few years ago.
Yeah,
that dude's still in the league playing decent hockey. It just didn't work with the Avs.
I actually haven't checked my phone on a few.
Is it blowing up?
No, it's pretty quiet for right now.
Got all
he's
the
like,
tweets.
Yeah, he's like last couple of hours. I think the last hour is probably just a lot of hanging out. Like this hour is a lot of hanging out, and then the last hour is a lot of trying to get work done.
Yeah, from 2 p.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern is when shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
I mean, who do you have as the winner of the trade deadline so far? Is it Minnesota with Fleury? Is it Florida with Giroux if we're going past just today?
Yeah, I guess it's Florida. I mean, Claude Giroux, if Ben Sherratt lives up to the price tag that they paid for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Florida, man.
Okay.
That's crazy. Like, that's just such a good, they just added around. The Hag thing is fucking.
It's a little weird. I mean, that's partially just defensive depth because of Ekblad, right? But
well, and it's like you wouldn't have paid up that 3rd round pick for Justin Braun.
I would have, but
yeah,
you know, how many? Actually, they don't have a lot of picks left.
No. Do we want to talk? I want to talk about this Brandon Hagel thing because I tweeted yesterday.
Price for Brandon Hagel.
Well, and I tweeted yesterday. I was like, Tampa Bay, yeah. So look at that thing. Hagel, they get 2 4th rounders, which cool. And then Taylor Radish. By the way, did anybody else watch that Jets Hawks game last night? Because Taylor Radish had a goal and an assist and could have had a hat trick. And all I want to say is, boy, playing with Patrick Kane sure can do some things for you.
Must be nice.
Yeah, and the player, and I even tweeted out a couple weeks ago where I was like, the player that I'm most confused, people are freaking out about being available at the deadline, is Brandon Hagel. And it's like he spent the majority of this year playing next to Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews.
I agree with you that this is a kind of crazy overpay, but also this is Tampa's MO. They decide the guy they want, and they go out and pay whatever it takes to get him. So,
again, like, and everybody's going to be like, Blake Coleman and Barclay Goodrow. Yeah. Disregarding that, like, Barclay Goodrow was, like, okay for them. And Blake Coleman absolutely should not be in a bottom 6 job at all because that guy kind of low-key rules. But I think that, well, I want to see, Barclay could not do a lot in their playoff runs.
Yeah.
Oof. Man, is that deal being oversold like crazy. Blake Coleman.
Well, but
just out of curiosity.
If Tampa gets the 3-peat, the same thing will happen with the Brandon Hagel trade, though, right?
Well, and if I'm Tampa Bay, I don't fucking care about any of this, right? Like, you're
going for the dynasty. You don't.
I'm this close to completing what's a true dynasty and being the first team to 3-peat since the
80s.
Oilers, or since the Islanders in the early 80s.
Yeah,
like I'm this close to history. I'm burning everything that I have to try and like Hagel. I think is a fine player, but are when you take him away from playing next to Kane, especially, but Kane and Toews, is he going to continue to shoot 22%?
Probably not.
Because like last year, Hagel 24 points in 52 games, 9 goals on 10% shooting. Like that's solid. And the underlying numbers are all solid. He's got, he's a solid skater. He's whatever. So we're going to do this real quick. If this is actual real Drew, fire off a text message to me. If we don't get one within a couple of minutes, we're going to block.
You're getting banned, bud. Yep.
Because we're not gonna continue to sit here and if that's Zach fucking around again, this is a no-go. This isn't something that I find particularly funny. It's not cute. No.
Agreed.
Anyway, about Hagel. Again, like the same thing talked about with Lehkonen earlier. You're paying for shooting percentage here. And you're paying in part because he only costs 1.5 against the cap for the next 2 years.
Cheap in that regard, which makes a lot of sense for Tampa as they continue to try and meander their way through cap hell.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want it to seem like I think that Brandon Hagel's a bad player or whatever. But they gave up multiple first-round picks. Just not worth 2 firsts, yeah. They gave up multiple first-round picks to bet that a guy playing next to Patrick Kane, shooting 22% with 21 goals, is for real. Because otherwise, if they gave up 2 first-round picks for the guy that Chicago had last year, are they still geniuses? And they don't win the cup. Are they still geniuses?
I mean, everyone looks like a genius when they win the cup and like an idiot when they don't, right? That's a great equalizer.
Like I just don't know. I don't know about the Hagel thing. And then they give up Matthew Joseph. This is the one that really gets me, right? Matthew Joseph and a pick.
Yeah.
For Nick Paul. Nick Paul.
That one is a lot weirder.
And like I got somebody
Hagel,
yesterday.
I understand conceptually, but
I had somebody tweeting at me yesterday who's like, "Oh, you just don't understand Nick Paul. Like you don't like you're underselling him here." And I'm like, this dude has 18 points in 60 fucking games.
Yeah. Like at
okay, which is the same number of points that Matthew Joseph had.
Right.
But Nick Paul is he played 17 minutes per game for the Senators. 17 minutes per game. Matthew Joseph was playing 13. That is the difference.
Know how to be convinced that Matthew Joseph isn't just a better player than Nick Paul. Like, I don't know how you come to that conclusion, but
like
here we are.
I saw that return and I was like, I understand that they were going to have a hard time re-signing Matthew Joseph. I understand that there were money concerns there and that was like that him being an RFA was problematic for them. I get that. Yeah. But you couldn't have cashed that guy in over the summer for a better player than UFA Nick Paul? Because, like, Nick Paul, he's big. He's versatile. He's physical. And he scores the occasional goal. But it took him playing 17 minutes per night to put up 18 points in 60 games. He's never shot higher than 9.1%. So it's hard to call him, like, a natural goal scorer.
Yeah.
He had 14 goals in 112 games combined the last 2 years. While playing more, still averaging more ice time in those years and in those roles than Matthew Joseph this year. And like he's a break-even guy in faceoffs. He's a 50% guy in faceoffs. And like Nick Paul is like good defensively.
Yep.
Like he's good defensively. He's a black hole offensively, driving play. He drives no play. He's so bad at driving play offensively that you might say he's suppressing play for his own team because there's just not much there. He's that limited offensively. And like he goes to the net and can score a couple of goals. But again, he has 11 goals it's actually 59. I keep saying 60 because I'm rounding up, but 11 goals in 59 games, averaging 17 minutes of ice time. You think he's going to get anywhere close to 17 minutes of ice time in Tampa Bay? Probably not. So what's his production going to look like when he's down to 13 minutes a night? Does he score any? Could we take bets on this? If on DraftKings, can I get the over-under on Nick Paul points as a Tampa Bay Lightning? Because I want to take under 3. I will be so curious to see how that goes. And I understand points aren't everything and all that, and there's all these other things that go into it. But Matthew Joseph is like an upside guy that you're like, hey, probably
there's more to give there for sure. Yeah.
You put him in a bigger role, there just might be a better player waiting to break out there. And you cashed in that like a young RFA eligible, like proven solid bottom 6 player in Matthew Joseph. You cash in that chip for Nick Paul. That's like them trading a bunch of fucking picks and blah, 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 blah for Brandon Hagel. I think Brandon Hagel has a pretty good chance of disappointing in that return, but I totally get where they're coming from. Like that's a solid player and blah, blah, blah.
You sacrifice future assets for a dynasty right now.
Right. You're trying to shore up depth and to complete a dynastic run.
The other trade, it's arguable that the Tampa got worse in every way with the Joseph trade.
It's arguable that you go through Tampa Bay's organization right now. Okay. You pull up cap front, do exactly what I'm doing. Walk with me, fam. We're doing this together. We're going to pull it up. Okay. They have a first round pick this year. No second, no third, no first or second next year. No first already in 2024, but second and thirds. All right. You're talking about not a lot there. They've also now traded a number of their younger guys. And you go back a couple of years. It's not just what they've given up moving forward. It's what they've given up in the past as well. Because they traded multiple first-round picks to get to the cups that they did win.
Yep.
Their last first-round pick was 2019 with Nolan Foote, who was traded in the Blake Coleman deal. And the last one before that was Cal Foote, who's on their third pairing as an underwhelming kind of blah, sort of a disappointment right now. Third pairing defenseman for them in 2017.
Yep.
They have cleaned out their prospect depth. They've cleaned out the picks that they've made. They've cleaned out the picks that they had moving forward. They are so limited on assets. And I have no issue whatsoever. But the one thing that I want everybody in here to take away from this, the number one big time takeaway, is that when you keep your great players, you stay competitive. Yep. Because that's what Tampa Bay has done. They've got a Norris candidate in Hedman. They've got solid defender, a couple solid guys around him, and then they rotate out the bottom and just try to survive with decent players. They have really, really high-end forwards that are carrying them once again. The point being, this is Colorado's future. With or without the Cups, this is Colorado's future. They're going to keep the same basic group around, and they're just going to keep running it back year after year, and they're going to continue to be competitive.
Trying to build the pieces around them to win cups.
They're going to continue to be competitive. Now, obviously, if Colorado wins a couple of cups, you're feeling like this was a huge success. Holla, 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 holla. If they don't, then you start to wonder, is this the San Jose Sharks? Or is this the Thornton, Marlowe, Pavelski Sharks? Which
never get across the finish line,
which would ultimately suck, definitely. But you keep your stars in place and you figure the rest out. And that's exactly what Colorado is doing right now. Literally right now at this deadline, you're watching them. The Washington Capitals, they have a cup. Could you say it's disappointing that they only ended up with one, given Backstrom and Kuznetsov and Ovechkin and Carlson and Orlov?
It's hard to be disappointed with a cup.
You could say, sure, it's maybe like a small disappointment that they only got the one, but they got one out of it. Fucking Yahtzee! How much would any of us kill to see Colorado just get the one and then worry about the rest later?
Yep. It's the next one is next year's problem, right?
Yeah. They can't win. They can't win 3 cups this year, fam.
So we'll see. AJ, are you surprised at how active the goalie market was today?
No, because I said 2 months ago that
you predicted the Fleury thing for sure.
Yeah, the Fleury to Minnesota should be it. Should be a thing.
You also got Wedgwood going to Dallas, which was
yesterday. I think this is brilliant business for Arizona. Okay, Arizona did 2 things with goaltenders today, and I want to talk about them both.
Yep.
All right, they get Scott Wedgwood. Remember, Scott Wedgwood wasn't part of this plan.
Nope.
Scott Wedgwood would Carter Hutton getting hurt created the Scott Wedgwood opportunity.
Yep.
And Scott Wedgwood played just well enough. Wasn't all that good, but played just well enough that another NHL team was like, we want to hedge our bets. And for some reason, it's always the fucking Dallas Stars.
They have to have 3, 4, 5 goaltenders at all times. It's the law.
It's such an interesting, I can't tell you that I have kept up with it at all. But is Anton Khudobin hurt?
He was waived at one point.
Right. I'm wondering because you have Jake Ottinger and Braden Holtby are already there. Then you add Scott Wedgwood. Anton Khudobin has been in the AHL this year. Has he been hurt? Has he been playing? I don't know. Okay, he only has 6 games in the AHL. So I'm assuming he's hurt?
He last played in the NHL on the 15th of January. So 6 games would be very few. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he's hurt. All right. I guess I get them going with a 4th round pick for Scott Wedgwood. I just think that from Arizona's perspective, I'm like, this is awesome business.
Yeah,
you get one more kick at the can. And for a guy that wasn't even part of your plans.
Yep. Was gone at the end of the year.
They may end up with as good a return for Scott Wedgwood as they get for Phil Kessel. Just straight up.
It's still weird from Dallas, though, right?
Do they have knowing that Khudobin got
even
hurt?
Then, did they have no faith in Holtby at all, or is this just a 3rd goaltender?
I think this is just a 3rd goaltender. I get with if Khudobin's hurt, obviously Ben Bishop is done for his career, so that's finished.
I know that's done, but
they're saying essentially we have absolutely they're like, look, we just don't want to be in a position where we got to play Colton Point. I think he's their 4th goalie, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know. He's got 19 games in the ECHL this year.
If Ottinger gets hurt,
see what happens. I just stopped following the Texas Stars.
If Ottinger gets hurt, that team isn't going anywhere. That's my
and for me, I'm like
Wedgwood or Holtby.
Exactly. And so if Holtby, because Holtby Ottinger, okay, you kind of have a 2-headed goaltender thing going on there. If those 2 dudes get hurt, is Scott Wedgwood winning you a series?
No.
Is he even keeping you afloat in a series?
No.
We talk about how Michael Hutchinson almost won a playoff series once. But one that was also against Dallas's backup. But he didn't.
He lost the series.
Remember? He gave up 5 goals in Game 7.
It's pretty darn close to directly being his fault. Yeah.
He didn't play well that day.
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely a weird take there. Then also the Kakinen stuff was a little weird from Minnesota, but
that one was the one that didn't make sense to me. The other thing Arizona did, are you guys in a really big hurry to spend money? Was there a big market for Karel Vejmelka that I don't know about?
Yeah, that one was weird for sure.
Like, I would have given him 1 year at 2.725. I would have given him 1 year because he's still an RFA. He would have still been an RFA at
Not
the
like
end of
he
that
can
year.
walk on you.
And instead, you gave him a 3-year deal
At 2 3/4, basically.
And it's like, okay, realistically, Arizona should be hoping to turn things around 3 years from now, right?
You would hope.
Like once you get to that third year,
yeah,
of that contract, when you're in like at the start of the 2024-2025 season, in October of 2024,
you're hoping you're sitting there with Shane Wright and Connor Bedard or other.
Right. You're hoping that like your 2 draft classes in 2022 and 2023 have started to pay a little bit. Obviously, there will be, and like maybe the Dome kid is there and he's rocking and rolling, and like you're hoping that they're somewhere. But you turn around and gave that dude a 3-year deal after he put up a 905 save percentage for you. And like he's stolen a couple of games for them, totally.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, if you give him a 3-year deal at like 1.5 or something, that's a good price where you're like, we just locked up our backup for when we get good. I'd be like, okay, great. But they paid him just shy of $3 million.
They gave him the starter in waiting contract. That's almost what Philip Grubauer got after 100 games with the highest save percentage in NHL history after 100 career games.
Yep.
Almost an identical deal. What the shit, dude?
Definitely weird, to say the least.
Bro, why are you talking about people talking about Maff getting traded to Colorado? He's gone. He got traded already.
He was already traded. Yeah.
What, is Minnesota going to flip him?
That'd be sick, though. How does that work? Theoretically, if Minnesota flipped Maff to a team that made the conference finals and he won 4 games with that team, does Minnesota get the first?
That'd be pretty funny.
Is that the big brain play with the conditional pick?
That'd be pretty funny. I will say I am looking forward to the summer discourse of don't give Kemper a long-term deal, just give Maff a 1-year deal. Looking forward to that.
It's gonna be fun for sure.
That's gonna rule. All right,
is the Kulak trade official? Like, we're still waiting on what the return is for it, right? Like, we don't know. We know that Kulak is going to Edmonton, allegedly. But unless I missed the return, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Klingberg, no.
Yeah, Dallas isn't selling anyone.
Yeah, Dallas is going for it.
Yeah.
Woo! A second rounder for Brett Kulak. Remember when I said that was a good piece of business?
It's less good now?
It's slightly less good. I think, and I like Brett Kulak. Like, I think Kulak is actually pretty solid.
This happens every year. Give it another hour, and the trades are going to start pouring in like candy. It's the way it goes.
Yeah. I'm curious how many people are in Jay Fresh's player cards right now.
Just fucking picking through all of them.
Yeah. So I always like scroll to the 12th one, the 12th card.
Sure.
Oh, the last person who was looking at this was looking at Curtis McDermott. That's funny. I'm curious what Brett Kulak's card looks like. By the way, Curtis McDermott with an uptick this year.
Shocking.
Yeah. It's pretty good from Kulak. I knew I liked him.
It's
anyway. The Kevin Weeks thing has been pretty funny. I have enjoyed what up, Enrique?
How many spots left for the party bus? Some. You can buy your tickets right now at the DNVRlocker.com. Come to the game April 16th. Ride the bus with the DNVR crew down to the game, back to the bar from the game, hang out with the people and vibe at the game. It's going to be dope. I don't think anyone's done for the day yet.
Yeah, get back to work, Enrique. Lazy fuck. Unbelievable. Some people's roommates. Oh, I could do that. Instead of telling ghost stories, I can tell you guys the roommate story.
Oh, boy.
How my life got turned upside down while I was in the middle of vacation
Actually gonna
Texas.
tell, if you're actually going to tell this story, I'm going to take my bathroom break.
I don't actually think that I have time. There's too much stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's a long story. It was just so fucked up, man. Ooh, I like this question.
$5 from Trevor. Who is your guys' ideal bottom six get for the Avs today?
I would say for a guy that's actually would play in their bottom six and not worrying about the cost element of this, I would probably say Cop. Yeah. Even with the concerns, I just think he's a really good fit.
Fair enough. I don't know. I don't know that I have a great answer.
I would be intrigued by the idea of Raquel, depending on what the plan is. I would be intrigued by Cop. I would be intrigued by a DeBrusk. DeBrusk would be interesting. I think all of those.
I mean, it might just be Domi for me, and I'd call him a third liner. But if that's might be too much of a cop out.
Yeah, I really just don't feel. I really just don't like Phil Kessel on this club very much. There are all the reasons.
Bit of a weird fit for sure. Yeah.
Well, and it's just he just is not the offensive player that he was, and defensively, he's so fucking bad. And is he really gonna just flip the switch and be like, okay, I'm on a cup run, all of a sudden I'll block shots? All of a sudden I'll do all the little things that have to be habit. And not just something you decide to do when it's convenient for you. And I think that's the thing with Kessel that bothers me the most is I just don't.
Not a believer.
Yeah. I mean, like Cop would be great because he could help you with faceoffs. The thing with faceoffs is, and I'm glad we'll get into this a little bit, but faceoffs as a team stat are fucking meaningless.
Yep.
Okay? As a team stat, who cares what your team stat is at faceoffs? Most faceoffs in a game just don't matter.
I genuinely don't care. You could have a 20% faceoff win for faceoffs in the neutral zone, and I just don't give a shit.
If you win the faceoffs to start a power play, to start a PK, when you're protecting a lead late in the defensive zone, if you win more of those than you lose, you've done a good job in the faceoff circle, no matter what your team stat says.
Yep.
So I would say you've got Kadri, who's an okay faceoff guy. He gets kicked out of a lot of them though, so unreliable.
Yep.
Can we not put trade suggestions in the chat today?
Stop trying to bait trades.
you guys have had 2 solid months where we entertained this. Can we not do this today? Just as a courtesy for everybody.
If you're putting a trade in the chat, it better be a real one that actually happened.
For real. So I would say you have Kadri, you have Comfer, who's actually been like an okay face-off guy this year. You just got Sturm. He's a good face-off guy. And then if you could get another one, if you get an Andrew Kopp, that's a good face-off guy. And then you kind of have solid face-off guys kind of throughout your lineup. Now you really only have Comfer on the right side at that point.
Sure.
And I think that's problematic. And where's Comfer? Oh, Comfer's all the way down to 48% again. So every time I try and give Comfer fucking credit for face-offs, he has a bad week.
Yeah.
He did. Against LA, he won 1 face-off and lost 8.
Here's the thing. I'm not willing to give up any additional assets for a guy because he's good at face-offs.
Yes. He's got to be a good player otherwise. He's got to fit. He's got to do all that. He's got to be able to play the game.
Right.
You went like the Nico Sturm edition is we paid for face-offs, specifically for face-offs. We did this. And for a 4th line guy, sure.
Again, they paid for a guy who's fairly equivalent in Joe's first term.
Yeah.
Yeah, arguably, I would say the Avs probably got the slightly better player there, at least in a bottom 6 role.
Yeah, I would say they got a better fit.
Yeah. And so I've never gone into a trade deal and been like, oh, the face-offs are what pushed this over. You go into a trade deal and you're like, we want this guy because X, Y, Z. Face-offs are a bonus.
Totally.
So that's how I look at it, at least. It's just the number of important face-offs that guy's going to take per game is 3, maybe less.
Yeah, important face-offs. Yeah, especially if you win the face-off and Eric Johnson ices the puck, and I got to win another one.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. We just won this one. Yeah. So I'm like, as a team stat, face-offs I don't care about, but situationally, absolutely they matter, and you care about them. You just need a couple of guys that can do it for you, because like you go out and you get 6 face-off guys. All right, well, only one of them's taking the fucking draw.
Yep.
Like even if you go out and get 3 face-off guys, you can put all 3 of those guys on the ice for it. Wait for one of them to get kicked out. And even then, you've gone out and gotten multiple guys to walk out to the center of the Super Bowl and take the coin flip for you.
And that's like the best face-off dudes in the league are not even 60%. Like they're
right around 60. Like Claude Giroux's at like 62.
You're losing 40% of your face-offs, even as the best dude in the league.
Right. Like the cream of the crop of face-off guys is losing right around 40%. Yeah. Colorado being interested in Andrew Cogliano is hilariously predictable.
That would I would not love that move, but
I would be. He has smashed into the wall.
Yep. That's a dude whose most notable thing has been an Iron Man streak that was broken because he got suspended.
Well, and like he's been a good depth player for a long time. His speed and the PK. He's Darren Helm all over again. He's literally the same age as Darren Helm.
Yep.
Like it's Darren Helm all over again. And 1, you still have Darren Helm. And 2, Darren Helm's play in the last month has been much better.
Yep. Yeah, Cogliano just not.
But I tell you, if Cogliano, like, You know what we needed? You know what we needed on our board, our bingo board,
Our bingo board
the Avs trade a 4th round pick for a player.
For any player.
Yeah. A 4th round pick for a player.
Ooh, well, we're getting sort of close to a bingo.
That was the one thing that we missed on our list, was the Avs trade a 4th round pick.
Yeah. Well. If it isn't the man from practice himself.
You reacted to me jumping in here extremely quick. Mine wasn't even fully loaded.
When you're actually logged in to the DNVR account, it makes like a noise when people pop in the background.
Oh, nice.
So. Yeah.
How's it going, fellas? You guys just having a great time yet?
Dude,
it's been deadline day.
Dude, William Lagesson was just traded, so things are popping off around here.
What a banger.
Yeah, nothing like I was hoping that maybe even like one guy like had an issue with his skate and had to be late out onto the ice or something. Like
anything.
Nothing even like that happened this morning. Everyone here accounted for. Bednar had a hilarious line because someone asked him about like, yeah, do you guys just like, are you just wanting this trade deadline to get over? How uncomfortable is it? How uneasy are people? He's like, it's not for me. Maybe some of the guys, like maybe some of the players are a little uneasy, but I'm fine.
I'm not getting traded.
You dick. But yeah, no. So nothing crazy here. Which yeah, like you said, deadline day. So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take advantage of Jesse being here and go to the bathroom now so I can be ready for the final hour of madness.
You're welcome.
So
yeah, thank you. AJ, I was gonna go down to the bar, but they're saying that Joe's gonna talk like right after the deadline. Yeah, I know. That was what I thought too. So we'll see. I don't know. They may change that, but yeah, they were saying after morning skate availability that it'll be not long after the deadline closes, whenever they're done with their business. So I was like, well, might as well just hang out around here then. Edmonton's down doing their skate right now.
No Lagesson because he just got dealt.
Kevin Weeks. That's great.
He's been popping him and moving him around as we've gone.
Dude, I love that. Bo looked good. Yeah. So I guess that is one of the significant updates from practice, from morning skate. Yeah. So Bo is the first one on the ice in a black jersey. Took part in every drill. Took part in special teams work. He did.
Yes, I want him blocking shots while he's still recovering. Yeah,
that was my first thought. Was he was doing PK work, and I was like, oh, well, don't get in front of anything. But yeah, so he did some PK work. We asked Jared Bednar about it afterward, and the first question I was asked, like, has there been any status change? And his first thing was no. There's been no status change. He is still on personal leave. But as has been the case through all of this, they have let Byram decide what phase he's on. And he said that after, what it's been now 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks in a red no contact skating most days, that he felt he was ready to take contact in all situations. That for the last couple of weeks, it's been, hey, he will let the team know in what drills he's willing to take contact and which ones he's not. And now he's saying he's ready to take contact in all situations. It's a good step. It's a great next step. Comes on a good day too.
It's happening.
Byram or a trade?
Byram.
Oh yeah, no, it is.
We talked about it. I'm just to let you know, we did talk about this for quite a while already.
I just had two people in all caps say talk about Bo, so I was
I know
accommodating.
Yeah, I'm all good with that. No. I just didn't want to get too into the if he comes back, we definitely touched on this. So.
I figured you guys did.
Yeah.
But no, it was good. Encouraging stuff from Bednar, because again, I saw a ton of replies in the tweet and the video that I had put out of Bo. People saying, "Oh, I hope they don't rush him."
Could we make a Bo shirt that says, because Koga just says I believe. We should make a believe one and then have it be in the Ted Lasso believe poster font. And just that's the shirt.
Yeah.
It says believe on it.
The Ted Lasso fucking font. It's a nice little touch. I still haven't watched that show all the way through.
How far are you?
I think I did most of the first season.
Oh, buddy.
I know.
Well, the first season.
And that's on me.
The first season is iconic television. I enjoyed the second season, but in no way it's I don't think it's anywhere close to the same level, but it's enjoyable.
Yeah. It's good characters, just good characters in that show. But yeah, so good news on Bo and
whatever X.
The thing to keep in mind with
whatever
people
X
talking about
Carnage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. He just doesn't go back to any toys. He just once he's had his way with it, leaves it behind. It looks like just a wasteland.
All right, just to repeat, this is not the show for you guys to propose random shit in the chat. We're asking that you guys don't do that. You've had 2 months to do that. It's done.
I thought you were going to say this isn't the show to propose. I was like, who is proposing on the show?
Vegas is after Ricard Raquel. Go for it, homies.
I just don't get it, dude.
Go for it, homies.
They've just... I mean, they've literally... They've Frankenstein that team together with a bunch of superstar players, and you're almost starting to wonder if it has become an issue where there's just been so much turnover, and you hear people say, you've heard people talk about it in the past, oh, you can't, it's too many star players, there's only one puck out there, but they've landed almost every big name player available with the exception of Taylor Hall for the last 3 years. And it's I don't know, that I just think they mess with that team way too much. It's a completely different identity from what it was.
Well, and it's what happens in the off chance that they make the postseason and all those guys get healthy? Right. You're using the first round to figure out your roster at that point, and all these guys have to come back because you boxed yourself into a corner working so hard to make the playoffs. You used up all this LTIR space and all these assets to go and get these guys. Okay, so you made the postseason. Great.
Right.
In theory, they should be all kinds of scary if they're all healthy, but are they going to be? And are they going to know how to play together? Are they going to have any chemistry? Are they going to have any identity? Is there going to be any idea how that team fits or how it works in any way? I just think it's okay.
I mean, you're going to end up with literally half of your forward core meeting for the first time.
Yeah.
And
all your top guys, your power play units, all these.
Right.
What the hell?
Right.
So I don't know, man. I just think that it's do whatever they're gonna do. We'll see.
Well, the other thing too for me that's just interesting with that whole situation is, like, you've got a team like Calgary who's going to have some decisions to make, and a lot of that is going to be based on the way that this season ends for them. Like Vegas, you already know that like that team does not look the same next year. There's going to be big cuts to that team. They're going to have to move guys out. They're going to have to make more moves, kind of like what they did with Fleury last year, where they're just giving guys away. It's just a really interesting dynamic. And so for them to go out and add even more at this deadline, it's just a really weird move.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they get that done, and we'll see if what it costs and
right,
whatever.
But to me, it's the fact that they're even looking at making other moves. That to me, it's just like,
instead of trying to like rebuild assets and be like, hey,
right,
this has just been a disaster. Let's try and go for it next year. And like, hey, maybe we can get a second round pick for Riley Smith if he's healthy.
Well, to me, you don't even have to go that far, but like, I just don't get what's wrong with them. Like saying, okay, we've made our moves for this year. We're just going to pause, see if we can get healthy. Because now, to your point, like, you're just hemorrhaging more assets to try to get in and then see if you can piece everything back together at that point. And it's like, you've already, put together this, what's supposed to be an ultra stacked team when fully healthy. Why wouldn't you just let that hopefully come back around to you instead of, even whether they land anybody else or not? In fact, they're out there dangling assets to the rest of the league. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, we did get a $2 super chat from Dan talking about me pooping. So thanks, Dan.
People paying to talk about your poop now. This podcast just continues to grow and evolve in ways we never imagined.
It's their money. They can do what they want with it, okay?
It's true. Matt Ryan got traded to the Colts. The quarterback market in the NFL has been insane this year.
It's been lit.
It's been very fun.
Does Senyshyn for Josh Brown count as a prospect swap?
No. Senyshyn's 24. Josh Brown hasn't been a prospect.
I know, but I'm trying to mark off the board here. All right, trying to mark off the bingo card.
The prospect swaps are the things that happen at the deadline, like at the very end.
Yeah.
So I won't lie. And now, I mean, like, they told us it was going to be pretty fluid, but we did ask when Joe Sakic would be doing his post-deadline presser, because they already announced that he will be. And they said, deadline's at 1, probably 1:30. So I'm expecting it to actually end up being at like 3:30 that he finally gets to the podium. Because even if they don't make a big deal, I mean, we've said it a bunch of times leading up to this day, I'll be shocked if the Avs don't make a deal today.
I mean, they have like a 21-year streak of deadline deals or something insane. So they'll do something. It might just be something really boring.
I don't know. And maybe Joe Sakic sticks to his guns and sticks to who he truly is. I don't know. And I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but what is your guys' sense? Like, that there are teams that are going to be on the Avs path that have loaded up, have added, have improved their teams. Do you guys feel like the Avs need to do something with some kind of splash today?
Well, I don't think that Andrew Cogliano would count as that move. No. But in consideration of hey, they got Cogliano. And if Cogliano can just turn back the clock for 3 months and be halfway decent, next to Darren Helm and in between Nico Sturm on your fourth line, like or whatever alignment, Logan O'Connor somewhere in there, I don't know. But I do think like the Josh Manson thing is a pretty sizable move that they made, no matter what. Yeah, and then.
I mean, I think the take is right. Do the Avs need to do something? No. Should they?
Yeah,
probably.
Need, no, should, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And like, that was my thing with the Giroux thing, too. It's like, you didn't need it, but like,
Nick Leddy goes to the Blues. Do the
That's,
Blues
interesting.
know what they're doing anymore?
Ooh, sick graphic.
I don't. The Blues are in a weird spot too. But
If the Avs go to war against Florida, it's because they made the Stanley Cup Finals, and all bets are off. Who knows how that series goes?
Right. There's none other than Kevin Weeks breaking the deal.
As you do when you're Kevin Weeks on Twitter or TikTok, I guess really is what it is.
Is that where he's doing it? I thought he was doing it all on Twitter. So here, I actually appreciate the videos just because this time of year there's so many fake accounts that like can't fake this. If it's a video of Weeksy,
I don't know, man. Deep fakes have been a real problem. Somebody really invested could be like, I'm going to work really hard to make this.
yeah, facial recognition, augmented reality shit.
Yeah. Could you
Actually, now that
imagine
you say
working
that-
that hard, make a deep fake of Kevin Weeks breaking a fucking Brett Kulak trade?
Were you the one that lecking into Colorado per Kevin Weeks?
Yeah.
There we go.
Allegedly. I haven't
Bro,
seen
Kevin
Kevin
Weeks
Weeks
said it is
actually
true.
confirm it yet. On
Yeah,
Twitter,
exactly.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
Yep. Which gives me.
So we're gonna wait
feeling
for a minute. We're gonna wait for a minute.
That may be exactly what I was just talking about.
Oof.
Oh no! So here's. Yep.
That doesn't feel good.
No, that looks. Yep.
All right, hold on.
Yep. It looks legit.
Wee. All right, call all your friends. Go tell them we're about to break down an Avs trade because apparently this is for real.
What's hilarious is Joe Sakic was just walking the hallway like 5 minutes ago.
That's how it happens.
Yeah.
He knew.
So.
So the return doesn't seem like it's fully clear yet. But
Yeah, I mean, if it's really Justin Barron in a second, that's really expensive.
that is really expensive for Arturi Lehkonen.
Yeah.
But it does sound like the Avs are getting Lehkonen one way or another. So should we start there? Should we start with what Lehkonen brings to the Avs?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about Lehkonen earlier, right?
Oh.
Yep. I'm curious. You were pretty negative earlier, though, and I'm curious.
Was I?
You were.
I mean, I feel like I gave him a pretty fair assessment. I started off by saying the things that he does really well. He's very, very good at. Right?
Okay. Sure.
Like, he drives play well. He's absolutely elite defensively. He's a great skater. He works very hard, so there isn't an effort question. He's still old enough here that he's of the age that they can give him a new deal in the offseason and keep him for a number of years. And I think that that's a really important consideration. Is that, you talk about all the guys that are getting moved for rentals and shit. Well, Arturi Lehkonen can be a guy that sticks for you for the next 5 years.
Yep. The question is, what would you be getting out of him on a year-to-year basis there, I think.
Yeah.
But given if it is Justin Barron in a second, you have to imagine the Avs have more than just this run of interest in Lehkonen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't imagine that they're gonna pay this steep of a price
for 20 regular season games of a dude.
Yeah,
and a playoff run for sure.
Not like with like a Claude Giroux, it's a little bit different, right? But with Lehkonen, I mean, he's making 2.3 this year. He'll obviously make more than that on a future deal, but genuinely, how much more? He's a guy whose career high in points is 31.
Yeah, it's not
He'll
like he's
probably
blowing the
break
world
that
up.
this year. Oh yeah, it is official because we just got the thing.
There you go.
Justin Barron in a second-round pick in the 2024 NHL draft for Arturi Lehkonen.
Okay. The 2024 is a little weird, but
I mean, it's nice that you hold on to your, you don't give up a first, and especially in next year's draft. But I really don't love giving up Barron for
God.
this caliber of player.
Barron's the part that hurts for sure.
Arizona claimed Sateri from Toronto.
Really?
Who they signed to a deal yesterday? That's so fucking. I hope he trades him to Toronto.
That'd be hilarious.
So this is someone to play with Newhook, yeah.
Yeah, so he goes next to. Well, he goes on your third line. And the thing with
hasn't cleared waivers, that's crazy.
that contract is probably scary to people. The thing with Lehkonen is in no way a center. There's no center versatility.
He's a hard wing.
Yeah.
So, not going to be taking face-offs for you. Not going to be doing anything like
right.
that.
Does not fit any of that. But if you're talking about an actual style fit in Colorado, it's really, really, really good.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
The part of this that's going to really hurt is Justin Barron.
Yeah.
The part that you can live with is the fact that Justin Barron gonna have a hard time. I mean, I am projecting here, but I think that they will probably try. Obviously, they're going to try and keep Lehkonen beyond this year. I think they'll try and keep Nichushkin, but if they don't, this kind of replaces Nichushkin if that's, a thing.
Yeah.
If he prices
himself out or whatever, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Avs don't have a first-round pick this year, so I doubt that he has that the Avs are worried about it. But re-signing Josh Manson suddenly became something that they have to consider a little more strongly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, look, I mean, like, I've been the one beating the drum this whole time that, like, this is the time where you swap out your prospects and picks for players that can help you now. So we've talked hey, one of our trade deadline videos.
Yep.
One of the players that we actually did a deadline video for.
Go watch that video on Arturi Lehkonen.
Yeah. So, I think we all agree this is a great fit for the Avs as someone who's going to help the Avs in the immediate. He's going to bolster that middle bottom six. Does a lot of good things, gets some help. And maybe now you're looking at a Newhook, Sturm, Lehkonen line, and kind of a different dynamic from what the Avs have had. A lot more skill for Alex Newhook to play with, and then that bumps JT Compher down to your fourth line.
I think you're probably looking at Lehkonen, Newhook, Compher, and then you're looking at Helm, Sturm, LOC. When healthy. Right, because without Landy in the lineup, there's a lot of different things that could be happening here.
Well, and either way, the point is that you are bumping down guys like LOC, like Compher, to maybe kind of more true fits for where they should be. So this is, in terms of the Avs roster, this is absolutely a net positive deal. This makes the Avs better. We were just talking, do they need to bolster up a bit with the way that some teams in their division and their conference have? This does that. It hurts a little bit to give up a guy like Justin Barron, given that everyone was a little iffy on him being part of a Giroux deal. And a lot of people really saw that, I think, including all three of us on this show, as he is kind of your plug-and-play replacement over the next couple of years. You know that you've got that guy coming through. So it hurts a little bit there, but it makes the Avs better, and it bolsters this roster for a playoff run.
Well, so if you wanted to go out and get as close of a replication to Val Nichushkin in terms of like kind of style of player, Lehkonen does that for you. He is an unbelievable skater. He is a relentless worker. Everybody is going to love him because he's the tryhard, right? Like he drives the crap out of play, and he's excellent defensively.
His width isn't just plus 16. Without Montreal's a complete disaster. Like it's almost a 30% difference in play.
Yeah, like Arturi Lehkonen is the real deal for what he is. The thing with him is, again, and I mentioned this earlier, is that you're paying a little bit for shooting percentage here.
Yeah,
because you're talking
it's an overpay by Colorado for sure.
You're talking.
I don't know if I'd say for sure.
I think for sure.
I think it's a little bit of an overpay because Justin Barron has the potential to be a second pairing right-handed defenseman that does everything for you, that plays in all situations. That's valuable. But between Gerard, Byram, and Makar, you've kind of got your core defense.
I hear what you're saying. Like for the Avs, as far as you're looking at their defense and you're going, they don't need a ton. Totally. For a fit for the Avs, it makes sense. Still think it's an overpay.
If they made this move during the summer, how would I feel? And I would agree with you. I think that it's an overpay. I think it's a little much. Like if this is Sean Barron's, I'm probably like, woo! Like this is so sick, right? But they keep their first next year. They keep Sean Barron's. They're not. The cupboard is close to empty. They keep Oscar Olason. The cupboard is close to empty. It doesn't cost them anything off the NHL roster.
Right.
True.
And what it does is allows them to just move everything down. I'm looking at this like is it an overpay? It doesn't touch their NHL roster for the time being. The cost of it, I just don't care about that much.
Well, and here's the other thing to keep in mind. He's an RFA at the end of this year, so you have some control over him. You have to pay a little bit extra for that. They keep the first-round pick. Honestly, I mean, the more I'm kind of sitting here and settling with this and just kind of going through Arturi Lehkonen again, who he is, what he brings. And AJ, I think you make a great point. You know, we talk a lot about Justin Barron and one of his, selling pieces to other teams is this is a high-end guy who can play in your top four, we think has top four potential. Unless you are planning on moving on from Sam Girard, I almost said Sam Giroux, Sam Girard or one of those other guys that already kind of fits in your top four, I mean, you're going to end up moving one of those guys out anyways to make room for Barron. So yeah, is it kind of a bummer that you're moving on from him? Sure, but if this is a guy that you think is that much of a stylistic fit for your team, and I think we all agree he is, especially with the second round pick being 2024, where that is a huge kick the can down the road. We will deal with that in
the
2 years.
Do not have a second round pick for the next 3 years. It's hilarious. But
again, easier for us to draft.
They also didn't have one last year. They found a way to recoup one. Now,
True.
Right.
If they do something like that in the future, there won't be an expansion draft that they have to finagle to try and force them to move a Ryan Graves. But I do think that
status makes a difference.
I do think that one, the RFA status, if you bring back Nichushkin and you bring back Lehkonen and you have Landeskog, the left side of your forward core is set.
Yeah.
You're done. Like your fourth line can whatever, right? But that's really good. And then your right side with Rantanen, I'm going to assume that they bring back Burakovsky because they should. And then with JT Compher, you're good for another year on your right side. And with Logan O'Connor, you're really good on your right side for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
And then your big question here is Kadri goes, you have McKinnon, you have Newhook. What are you doing down the middle? Do they bring Nico Sturm back? Okay, question there. All this stuff will be summer conversation, but Lehkonen as an RFA, this isn't a rental. This should not be a rental, I'll say. This should not be a guy that they get for a year and then sign him to a 1-year deal and then he walks in free agency.
While I think it's an overpay, I think that you have
Montreal
to
is also
understand,
retaining 50%. Sorry to interrupt you. Montreal is also retaining 50%. So,
which cool.
Which
leaves room for the Avs to do more things, probably.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what the hell is going on here.
The thing with Lehkonen, even if they don't do anything else, he makes them better today. Full stop.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. If
Well,
you want to go win a cup this year,
wanted a better bottom six. Nico Sturm and Arturi Lehkonen make that a better bottom six.
Straight up. So there is zero doubt that the Avs lineup got better in the immediate from this trade. And I can think it's an overpay, but it just doesn't matter if it works, right?
Right. No, and I mean, how many times have we talked about that? You know, when we were talking about the Claude Giroux or, you know, some of these real big splashy things, that is the ultimate determining factor. I mean, shit, the jury's still out on Darcy Kemper. You know, Darcy Kemper's, I think, has had a great season. He's really worked his way back to the top part of the league. He's really settled in. But again, if the Avs go on and win a Stanley Cup with Darcy Kemper in net, no one's going to even remember the name Connor Timmins in Colorado. And it's the same thing here, where if Arturi Lehkonen helps them, you know, be part of the group to go on and do that, then it's worth it. This is what you build this stuff for. It's a salary cap league. You have to have good young players coming through your pipeline. You have to have cheap contracts. All that stuff is true. But I've said it 1,000 times. All of those things are to get you to this point where you are ready to make a run at the cup. And that's what they're doing. Their pipeline's a bit depleted now. You've still got Sean Barron's there, and who knows if he's there by the end of the day. This trade does not suck. Like, it doesn't. This trade makes the team better. And if your goal is to watch this team and see how many prospects they can turn into NHLers, then yes, this trade sucks. If you watch this team and want them to win a Stanley Cup, this trade doesn't suck. This is a deal that makes the team better. If you are purely rooting for them to convert prospects into NHLers, you are not happy with this deal. If you are concerned with them winning and winning now, is it maybe a little more than you would have liked? Sure. But this is the trade deadline. Everyone's going to overpay a little bit.
Okay. So the most important question, is he a male model? Chat, what do you think? Is that the face of a male model right there? What about this angle? Does that look like a male model to you?
I mean, we've talked so much about this bottom six needing to be better, right? How many times have we had that conversation this year?
Jesse doesn't care if he's fuckable.
No, don't care. And, you know, like, Jared Bednar has talked about it a lot recently. And again, I think if there's been one area to complain all year, it's this bottom six isn't contributing enough. And again, I'm just going back through everything with Arturi Lehkonen, and I just don't see how, if that's been everyone's biggest complaint with where they need to get better, the last 4 or 5 days, they've gotten considerably better there, in my opinion.
I can't stress. So something that I think is really, really, really important here. And when you talk about the trade deadline, especially, teams will go and just get talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And figure it out later. Okay. Yeah. Now, one of the areas that Colorado has been really, really, really good at in recent years is finding talent that fits.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about this kind of deal, the biggest thing that you say is that Lehkonen fits. Like, perfectly.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
And if Cogliano is also okay, so Cogliano is also a thing. So I'm expecting that to be a 4th round pick.
is it done?
Yeah.
it's looking like it. Yeah.
Okay. Details to follow.
So this is a much worse move because Cogliano was washed.
Yeah, I don't know that Lehkonen, I'm 100% confident makes the Colorado Avalanche better. Cogliano,
Rudo.
not confident at all.
Rudo, I'm sending you tweets that I would like to pull up.
Yep.
I want to see the return on Cogliano because that will
Yeah.
kind of.
Cogliano, I think, is there. We can't resist doing the dumb
veteran
thing.
guy. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to do the Lehkonen stuff then?
Yeah. While we wait for the Cogliano return, can you put up those tweets that I pulled that I sent to you?
Or just the graphics?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I didn't care. I think the commentary that is provided is useful.
Same difference. Yeah. Well, here's his player card for starters, which is very solid, except for he's kind of terrible on the penalty kill. So, a valid question anytime you're acquiring a guy that's likely to play in your bottom 6, he's not going to play on your special teams. Can you find enough value for that guy?
I'm sure they'll try him on the penalty kill.
And maybe it works out fine. Maybe Montreal's penalty kill just sucks, right? But we'll see on that front. It is, if you're looking to nitpick the deal, I think his lack of quality special teams does hurt Lehkonen. But on the other side of it, you look at his even strength play, and it's elite for the level that he's playing at. So hard to argue with that side of Lehkonen for sure.
Yeah.
We can go through the rest of these here. Yep.
We're gonna go Gatorade next.
Hang on, I gotta pull these up. And then we have this one also. Okay. So when you're looking at him compared to the rest of Montreal, you get this, which is
a 5th round pick in 2024.
A 5th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure. Love it. I'm all about it.
I don't care about that deal at all.
Yeah.
At all. The
price,
totally fine. Does Cogliano should he even be in your lineup? I think is a fair question that we'll get to.
Boy,
but
the fact that they're doing all of this and like Darren Helm and Abe Kubel are still just sitting on your roster is like, are they not gonna find can they not find a taker for Darren Helm? Can they trade Darren Helm for a 5th?
Back the other way. The Lehkonen, the only Montreal forward anywhere in the range of decent. So, is he carrying this team, or is he just on an island here?
I mean, I think it just goes to show you, his play driving is legitimate. He's very, very good defensively, and that he drives play offensively. He just doesn't finish. He just doesn't have that skill set.
Okay. Simple enough. And then lastly, just for a bit of comparison between Lehkonen and Val Nichushkin, pretty darn similar across the board when it comes to things like possession and expected goals for and against.
Yeah. The actual goals for per 60, the actual finishing there. You wonder if in Colorado that helps.
That number goes way up quick for sure.
That's what I was just about to say. And AJ, you just mentioned it. If there is one team that this regime, this coaching staff, this management group has been phenomenal at over the last, since they've been in place, is identifying talent elsewhere that fits into their system. And how many waiver pickups? Val Nichushkin is kind of the ultimate example, but I think Nail Yakupov's the only one that you can say didn't really pan out by just fitting him into the system, and that was kind of the major transition year anyways. Their pro scouting has done a great job of saying these are guys that, talking about Artturi Lehkonen, do a lot of things that our team does really well on other teams. If we plug them into our system with our players who also play that style, can you get more out of them? So I don't think it's out of the question at all that you could see some of that production tick up a bit for Lehkonen.
If that production stays exactly the same as it is this year in Montreal, it's a huge win for Colorado.
Yeah.
This is you don't think about Justin Barron or that second round pick that won't make his NHL debut for another 6 fucking years from now.
Right.
You don't think about it ever again. There's a good chance that second round pick that they traded to Montreal in the deal makes its debut, its NHL debut, when Lehkonen's next contract finishes.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about the second round pick at all. It's Barron that hurts a little bit. But
And Barron is going to hurt, but because Barron he's just sort of stuck behind a group here that I think this lessens the likelihood that Josh Manson is a rental and ups the likelihood that they do something about Eric Johnson in the offseason instead of just having $6 million eating away at their cap. I think that there's an argument to be made that they buy out Johnson. If Josh Manson if he plays well and he's a good fit, then you bring him back and you just deal with EJ's buyout, which is $2 million this year and next.
I wasn't going to bring this stuff up on Cogliano, but it is hideously bad. So I had to show this.
Oh yeah, no, I think that Cogliano is done.
Offense just does not exist when he's on the ice, and the Ducks' offense without him is only -2. It's not like it's that bad. With him on it, it's -30.
Yeah, it's the Sharks. We only think of
Sharks. Sorry, yeah, they're all the California teams. They're the same team. Yeah, I don't understand the Cogliano deal from a does it make your team better standpoint. I think the answer is just no.
I actually disagree because this is now kind of your bumper guy, or Darren Helm becomes your bumper guy before you start getting into the Curtis McDermotts. You're not going to have a kind of like a flex player stepping into your lineup. This to me is one where it's a clear, fourth line ad. And it just gives you a little bit more just doing some extremely quick digging. I mean, would you rather have Andrew Cogliano in your lineup or Darren Helm? I think it's honestly probably kind of a toss-up. But that's kind of your thing, is it gives you another flex player that can bounce in and out of that bottom line, that if Darren Helm isn't giving you anything, you can plug in Andrew Cogliano and vice versa for any of those guys. And I mean, like, make the joke about fourth line ad, but that is kind of what you're looking to do when you're where the Avs are. Would a big time splashy player for the top 6 have been nice? Yes, absolutely. But I think everyone can agree, when healthy, this top 6 is already maybe the best in the league.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Avs. Like, it's fine, but I don't genuinely know that Andrew Cogliano is going to give you more than Curtis McDermott is.
Oh, I definitely think he does that, but I don't know that he.
Yeah,
gives
I was going to say.
Helm.
I definitely don't think he gives you more than Darren Helm.
Now I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, where does he play? Like, okay, you've effectively pushed Curtis McDermott off your fucking roster. Like,
right.
When you're healthy, you're fine. Like, he's not even a consideration anymore, right?
Yeah, he's not playing in your healthy lineup at all. But neither is Cogliano, probably.
But if Cogliano, like, where is your fourth line now? Helm,
Sturm, O'Connor,
Sturm, and Cogliano. Is it Cogliano, Sturm, and LOC?
Where is Knack in this conversation?
I think Knack is now a healthy scratch. I don't think there's any doubt that he gets, when all these guys get to Colorado, he's done.
So what happens when Landy gets healthy then? Is Knack the 14th forward?
Yeah.
Well, and this is kind of my thing with this, is you are really putting yourself in a situation where once you are fully healthy, again, there's been so much talk about needing more out of the bottom 6. You are now just giving yourself depth possibilities. If Knack is doing stuff that you like and he plugs in, this does give all of those guys, someone just put it in the chat, guys like LOC, guys like Abe Kubel, guys like Curtis McDermott, they now have to, there is someone knocking on the door. They have footsteps behind them. They aren't, it's not Kiefer Sherwood who they're hoping doesn't take their spot. There's now legitimate NHL talent coming into this lineup, regardless of where that talent falls in their career and stuff. But this to me just does really, really shore up that bottom six. And it's obvious that's what Joe Sakic's kind of goal has been today, is we feel good about where our top six is at. We weren't going to overpay for that, but we felt like this needed to be addressed. And I feel like they're addressing it with guys that,
I guess I'm just not as high
stylistic fits
on him as you guys. Again, I think he's great job shoring up the bottom six with Lehkonen, but I just don't know that Cogliano is better than even like a Sherwood in your bottom six. Like,
okay, well, I would say I have no problems with Cogliano being better than Kiefer Sherwood.
I was going to say everyone overvalues their own prospect.
His role on the team is going to. For the record, I don't think Sherwood is good.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
Dan, when Cogliano plays 8 minutes a night on the fourth line, like anybody can fill that role, and it doesn't matter. I don't care at all about the fifth. It's not like this hurts the Avs. But
so here's why I'm going to push back a little bit, because you and I have actually had the reverse conversation where it's been you have to get something out of your bottom six.
I agree. I just don't think Cogliano does that for you.
But again, it's someone who's been in the league, and this is probably one of those, and this is where you can agree with it or not, but this is probably one of those like intangibles thing. There is something that they like about Cogliano, what he brings either to the locker room, to a fourth line in limited minutes, that they are saying we need.
He's 400 years old, dude. Of course, an NHL team making a cup run loves him. He literally has 100 playoff games to his credit.
And
he's made multiple deep runs in the postseason. Like he's been there and he's seen some shit because he's been a part of a whole bunch of disappointments in his life. So he's gonna fit right in.
The thing is,
he's gonna be personality wise, like he's gonna be Cogliano. Like Cogliano 2 years ago, I would have said the same shit. This dude is a perfect fit in Colorado. He's everything that you want out of a fourth line guy. But they had Matt Calvert, so you were kind of like, Matt Calvert's dope. Right. I love that guy.
Right.
My thing is with this is the move traditionally for the veteran, whatever guy for the Avs hasn't worked. It didn't work with Brassard. It didn't work with Soderberg. I don't think it's going to work with Cogliano. Arguably,
the difference there is that the expectations for those two guys were different in their role coming into Colorado, and they played their way down into a lineup and out of it entirely. And Cogliano is walking into a situation where he's only going to be asked to be a role player, and if he can't live up to it, it's not a huge deal.
Right, not a big deal.
Because they're going to be able to easily.
And I agree. Like again,
be like, okay, Abe Kubel is now in the game.
At the end of the day, if they trade for him and he sucks, it just doesn't matter. Sure.
Right.
Yo, Ryan McMahon just signed a 6-year deal.
Good for him.
The Rockies got 2 dudes to sign long-term deals in the same week.
I
don't know what to say.
I love Kevin Weeks just did a video with a trash can on his head. I love that he's embracing it.
A third round. Let me tell you, a 5th round pick for Cogliano. Or a 3rd round pick for Johan Larsson, and I like Johan Larsson, but I'll take the Cogliano deal.
Yeah, again, the price for Cogliano makes this trade not matter at worst. If Cogliano comes or he can't even fucking skate, it doesn't matter. It's a 5th round pick. Who cares? I do wonder if the Avs could have done better and gotten someone else at this deadline, though, for that role.
I guess what would you consider better in that role?
I would consider better in that role going out and getting someone better and just moving people down the lineup.
No, Okay, yeah, sure. I mean,
Well, I think they just did that with Lehkonen,
Yeah.
and now
Well, they did. I agree.
now
100%.
Cogliano gives them, I guess, the freedom to just be like, look, Logan O'Connor, you haven't done shit for us in 2 months.
Yep.
We're not going to play
100%.
you.
Yep.
Like flat out, like we're just not going to play you now.
And fine. Again, like I think at worst Cogliano just is irrelevant. I just think the Avs probably could have found a better deal if they searched for it, but I'm nitpicking fourth line players at this point. It's no
The question,
there's no reason to.
my question with this is, okay, so Cogliano helps you on your PK. Okay, if he takes Helm's spot in the lineup, I get this. Like
Makes
if they
sense.
just replace him, but if he doesn't, who's playing on that PK now? Because you got Nico Sturm and said, well, he plays the PK. You got Arturi Lehkonen. Oh, he plays the PK. You got Andrew Cogliano. Oh, he plays the PK. Did you just use the deadline to buy a new PK unit? Josh Manson. Oh, he plays the PK.
Hey,
you
the bottom
just like,
six
hey,
in the PK have been the most broken. So
we were gonna overhaul our PK, which by the way has been like, I haven't done the numbers or anything, but has to have been like top 10-ish since mid-January.
Yeah.
But my question is like, how do you maximize all these guys? Because that's where I think a lot of deadline moves fall flat. Is teams get guys and they're just like, all right, coach, figure it out, big dog.
Good
and
luck.
like I think Lehkonen is the easiest fit imaginable. You just drop him in there and you go, eat greedy.
The Lehkonen trade makes them significantly better, I think. I'm all for that side of it. It's easy. That's an easy win for Colorado. I'm here for that. Even if I don't like the price, it makes them significantly better. So Lehkonen is a perfect fit. Cogliano is what it is. It's something I wouldn't have even bothered with. But again, at worst, it doesn't hurt you. It's just he exists in your press box. So cool.
Let's see. Oh.
You're having like a roller coaster of emotions over there.
I thought someone on Twitter was saying something about Cogliano being a good guy in the face-off circle. I was like, oh shit, let me go look.
No. He has not consistently taken face-offs in 10 years. That is somebody who is fucking lying to you.
Yeah. And I was like, oh shit, okay, well there you go. There's a nice little selling point. Quick couple of little Google searches. I was like, oh god.
So can I talk just real quick about this Justin Barron thing? Because I don't want to come down on Justin Barron and be like, actually, he's not good anyway. but I do want to say that there are serious concerns about how he's going to translate to the NHL, and if the way that he processes the game will ever live up to the tools that he has. Because he's a dude that is interesting.
He's a dude that is interesting.
From a tools perspective, that's what makes he's got great size, he's got great skating. But I think the more that I've watched him, the more that I've gotten the concern that, yes, I think he's going to be in the NHL. I think he's probably going to be in the NHL for a long time. Does he ever max out as a second pairing guy? And I don't know if he does. And I think that Colorado cashing in the Barron chip before teams got NHL tape on him.
Sure. Sell high.
Yeah.
Is for a guy, especially, this is the biggest thing for me, a guy that they're going to keep. If they keep Lehkonen for next year and he leaves in free agency, this fucking sucks. But if he signs for the next 5 years and he's here in Colorado for the foreseeable future, I am super duper all about this price. So I see people on Twitter who are like, oh, in the last year, the Avs have moved on from Timmins, Hellison, and Justin Barron. And while true,
they've also acquired
the NHL defense. They what they got in there is they got a top 4 right-handed defenseman that fits a lot of things that they needed in Josh Manson. They got a starting goaltender in Darcy Kemper, who, by the way, has been a fucking top 10 goaltender this year. And top 10 might be being generous about it. Because
honestly,
really since December, it's more like top 5.
Yeah.
But he's been dope as shit. Okay? So that's it. And then now you get Arturi Lehkonen, which of those 3 is the most limited and is the most underwhelming in terms of how good he really is and moving forward and blah, 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 blah. But he has the potential to be very, 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 very good. So very in Colorado, like just be a great fit, right? In Colorado. So I think you're talking like, has this been expensive? Totally. It has absolutely been expensive. And like comically enviable depth is what got them these deals, is that they did a good job drafting and then they cashed in the pieces and they moved on. But also look at the NHL defense as constructed. Is it any worse for the wear?
Nope.
No, it's in fact better.
Yeah.
You have the best defense, when healthy, you have the best defense in the NHL. You have a top tier goaltender. Let's just call him a top 10 goaltender. You have a top 10 goaltender. You have one of the better, more productive top 6s in the league, and you just bolstered the crap out of your bottom 6.
Yep.
Like, at what point do you just be like, okay, hey, we talked about Tampa Bay trading the fucking farm, the whole farm, over the last few years.
Yep.
To try and do what they've done. And they don't give a shit about any of it. They're just making it work.
I mean, it's a lot easier not to give a shit once you've won 2 cups. But yes, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
we did have a super chat 8 years ago from Cygnus saying if Stetcher got a 7th, he have to get Meloche for a Subway sandwich. So thanks for the 5, Cygnus.
Well, no, and then you look at like what Florida has done. Florida now doesn't have a first-round pick till what, 2025, 2024, something like that. I mean, like the teams that are gearing up to go on.
If you look in their past too, they've traded of their last like 6 first-round picks. They traded half of them, and now they've traded their next 3. And Florida hasn't accomplished anything. They're in the same boat as Colorado. They haven't done anything yet.
Right.
So it's like, where are you? Where are you? What are you even getting? Like, this is the couple of teams that are just fucking going for it. Also, I don't think certain people watching our show can spend the entire time pounding the table and saying, go all in. And then be mad at the prices.
Mad about them going all in
at the trade deadline.
Yeah. $2 really quick here from Bobby. Still time for Patty Kane.
They don't have any assets left.
Yeah, nor do they have the cap space.
What are you going to trade Patrick Kane for at this point? At that point, you are talking about new look and Byram.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, damn! I forgot what I was going to say.
It's gone forever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but no, you were talking about people being upset about the cost of going for it and going all in, and I've seen a couple people on Twitter and in the chat maybe upset that the big move, he hasn't made a big move. Joe Sakic.
I think the Manson move is pretty sizable. Personally,
I agree. Well, and this is, though, you go back to the first cup that Tampa won after they got bounced in the first. They got swept in the first round after setting all kinds of NHL records during the regular season. A lot of people thought they would tear it down. They come back with the core and they add around the fringes and areas where they needed to improve. That to me is what the Avs did here. They got last year's second round loss was probably the first one, we've talked about this a bunch of times, that you feel crummy about. You don't feel great about the way that you got bounced last year. So they said, these are the areas where we felt we struggled in the second round. These are the, our core or whatever. We don't want to bust that up. We're going to keep that intact. And then we are going to address the areas of need that we feel need to be addressed after getting a look at what this roster does for this season. And I just had a buddy text me, and he said, where is Justin Barron playing if he's still with the Avs in the next year to 2 years? To your point, AJ, there are still a little bit of concerns about his game translating to the NHL. How much is he really going to have an impact on the NHL roster in the next 2, maybe even 3 years beyond this one? It hurts to lose that guy as a prospect because there's upside on him. But again, and you hate to kick Connor Timmins while he's down, because I have been huge. I've been a huge Connor Timmins fan, and man, oh man, that guy can't catch any luck. But it is what it is. People want to talk about we've given him up.
Yeah, that trade
He
looks real
hasn't
good for the Avs right now.
played a game this year. I think I don't know. Did he play? Has he played any regular season yet for Arizona?
He played.
Yeah,
some
that's
games,
how he
but
got hurt.
Broke his
Was it?
ankle.
I couldn't remember if it was preseason or not. But
He suffered a knee injury.
Well,
you're
was it a
looking
knee?
you're looking at some of these guys that we're talking about. Oh, well, they've given them up.
I mean,
how much are they actually impacting this roster in the next 2 to 3 years, anyways? And at that point, you're entering into a completely different window. Sorry, Rito.
I think you made a great point about looking at the Avs losing in the second round for the first time. It didn't really feel good, and since that series, they've addressed. They got a better goaltender.
Yep.
They've gotten a better defense.
Yep.
And now with Lehkonen, certainly, and to a certain extent Cogliano, they've shored up their bottom six.
Yeah. It's everything that this fan base and people from around the NHL and around hockey looked at, and I don't want to use necessarily the word complain, but pointed out and said, this is why they got bounced. They weren't heavy enough here. They weren't solid enough here. They lacked the defensive depth, and their bottom six got chewed up by Vegas's. There is not a single one of those, and I didn't even mention the goaltender like you just did, Rudo. Every single one of those things has been shored up in the last week. And the goaltender thing goes back to the beginning of the season.
Sure.
But they are addressing all of those needs at once. This is what everyone said. They need to be better at this in order to compete in those playoff series that get slowed down, that get mucky, that get grindy in the neutral zone along the wall. And they've brought in people that have improved their depth. I don't know. Everyone talked about Claude Giroux. We talked about it. Was it a want? Was it a need? I think everyone pretty much agrees it was a want because it bolsters that top six to hilarious top six depth.
Well,
but now you're top. No one felt like they needed to upgrade that top six.
Right. Part of the real win with Claude Giroux was, well, you get Claude Giroux and suddenly Val Nichushkin's on your third line.
Right.
So you're really making your bottom six better by doing that too. And while the Avs didn't get that top six piece with a fully healthy lineup, no one is upset about the Avs playing the three-headed monster, Kadri, Nichushkin, and Burakovsky, or whatever combination of those six that you want to run. That's a really good top six. No one has any issues with that top six. So
and again, would it be fun to see Joe pull off one more out of left field move here in the next 15 minutes? Sure, absolutely. But I don't think there's any doubting that the team is better today than it was yesterday.
I would also like to add that my concerns. They offered up Girard instead of Barron. Oh, Jesus. My concerns about the defensive prospect depth can be pretty easily addressed if they just swap Martin Kaut for a defenseman, somebody else's defenseman, or something like that. Right? Like they can still make moves like that if they want to. The other thing I would note is that the NHL is already like falling all over itself about the 2023 first round. And that's the pick Colorado still has.
This is $10 from Cade asking specifically about this, with the hopeful long-term top three being McCarr, or Byram, and Barron's the potential replacement for Taves. Did this make Barron more expendable than the 2023 first for Sakic?
I mean, Barron's is
Probably
long.
not a
He's-
great direct replacement for Taves, but
Well, in a ways off still. Like, let's see him sign a pro contract and figure it out first. But I don't know how you look at this deadline and say that, given everything that happened, you look at the full picture of it.
yeah, the Avs are way better.
How is the team not improved? How have they not addressed the questions
Right.
that
Agreed.
people would have had?
They're better at every spot.
Yeah. And honestly, this again, it really is. It's an interesting situation to be in because the Avs, their fan base, AJ, you and I, our first season together doing any of this stuff, you and me together, was the 48-point year. Like, so it's hard to forget that because we've spent the last decade in the mode of acquire picks, acquire assets, draft, develop. It is easy to forget that this is the goal. This is what they are looking to accomplish. I was just sitting here thinking about the Matt Duchene trade and the hilarious amount of assets that came back with that. That was one player that you've now, I'd love to see the full trade tree that, you've now used to help bring players in to be an immediate impact on your Stanley Cup run now in 2022. Like, you're using your assets wisely. You hope to acquire assets so that they can have an impact on the NHL roster. The Avs didn't feel like a couple of those guys were quite close enough to be doing that, so they turned them into something that is. Like, that's it.
Andrew Kopp going to the Rangers is fun.
Neat.
We would agree that Colorado should be, from an NHL perspective, probably done for the day.
Unless there's something like wild out there that has been kept under wraps.
Well, I can't imagine, like, Kopp, they don't really have the assets to do a whole lot else here, right?
Between their lack of assets and now certainly their lack of space in the bottom six forward core, I don't know how they fit anyone else unless they're moving out a body.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, and I maybe that's something that they do, right? Like, maybe they can find a taker for Darren Helm. Maybe they can find a taker for Abe Kubel or, whatever. Like, maybe somebody wants one of these guys.
Maybe.
But beyond that, I think that they should be pretty much finished here. Where would Raquel even play on this team right now?
Yeah, to your point, unless they're going to move out a comp for an LOC, a Helm.
Well, and why would Anaheim take JT Compher in exchange for Raquel?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's draft picks and assets you hope get to the NHL, and sometimes when you hear a lot of talk about, like, the window and does that player line up, and we see teams. I actually think that Brandon Hagel was one of those guys that Chicago kind of looked at and said, look, we don't think his timeline matches up with when we want this team to be back to relevancy. And they make moves, teams move on from good players because they don't feel it lines up with their window. Same
for
thing
Chicago. For Chicago, they've got Dominic Kubalik sitting right there. Has a 30-goal season playing next to Patrick Kane, right? Shoots lights out. Has this insane season, and everybody's like, Dominic, what a great find by Chicago.
Right.
Hasn't come anywhere close to replicating yet.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a second chance with Brandon Hagel and says, we might be able to catch this guy in for some picks. You learn from that. You learn from keeping the guy and thinking he's an actual stud and move on.
Well, and you look at the price for Brandon Hagel, and all of a sudden it's like, maybe the Avs didn't pay that much for Lehkonen.
I don't think that they did because you're talking about similar guys. Now, Hagel has 21 goals this year, and Lehkonen has 13. Hagel's 3 years younger and is costing $1.5 million for the next couple of years. Like, there's some intrigue there. Now, will he continue to score 20 goals in the future? Playing in Tampa Bay's bottom six? We'll see. But one thing you have to love about Arturi Lehkonen is that he's not going to be asked to do anything in Colorado that he hasn't spent his career doing in Montreal.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to take the job that he had there, fly to Colorado, and do the same damn job.
Hopefully
and that's
with
not
a little
true.
more talent around him.
That's not true of Hagel, who was sitting around playing next to Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves all the time.
Yeah.
He's going to go to Tampa Bay and be like, I have no idea what Tampa Bay's bottom six even is anymore. And be like, okay, well, this team is super talented, but I'm not part of that.
Yep.
Because I'm not playing next to Braden Point and Steven Stamkos. I don't assume he will. I mean, maybe he is, and he's ends up being super sick, and I'm a fucking moron.
$5 from Pin King. Has there ever been a player to play against their former team the same day they got traded? Yes.
Yeah, Derek Brassard.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as uncommon as you'd think. You see it all the time when teams make deals when they are playing another team, and like honestly, as funny as it sounds, like that does mean something to ownership. It saves on private planes and all that stuff. Just take them with you.
That GM's in town, and you guys get to talking, and things happen.
Right. Yep.
So
yeah, they just bring the bag down the other way.
Yep.
No, man, it's an interesting day. Max Domi was one of the ones that, not necessarily for the Abs, who I'm still left surprised that he hasn't been moved.
Some people have been saying he was held out of practice because he has a foot injury. So
yeah, and unless it's a significant foot injury,
don't know how bad it is. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah, it would have to be significant for it to be impacting that market.
While true, you're also looking down this trade deadline, and Columbus just hasn't done anything.
Right, and that's kind of my thing. Is like foot injury or not, like especially if they think it's relatively minor. Like, why wouldn't you just like?
Yeah, there were all these rumors like Max Domi. You know, the Patrick Laine rumors maybe were a little bit far fetched, but there's been a lot of names that have been thrown out around Columbus, and they just haven't done anything.
There was a comment that was funny. I didn't. The thought hadn't fully clicked to me yet because I was just thinking more on the player. But yeah, Arturi Lekkonen's got to be pretty stoked. Literally going from
worst to first, yeah.
Place team in the NHL to the first place. That's got to be a pretty sweet day.
Yeah,
I bet that's rarer than a guy scoring against his former team on the same day, or playing against his former team.
I bet it's way rarer. Well, you know, it's an interesting thing too with Lekkonen because you talk about experience and old guys and all that. Lekkonen played in a Cup Finals 8 months ago.
He scored the goal to beat Vegas.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of experience there too, for sure. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
Which isn't, I don't necessarily know if there's quite the emphasis on it that there used to be, but it's not nothing. This team has, AJ, I think you made a great point. Like this team, the core of this team has gone through a lot. They've gone through the heartbreak. You want to bring guys in that understand that. And as much as all of us recognize what a miracle run it was for Montreal last year, that is a tough thing to go through. That's a very emotional experience to go through. You learn a lot from that. From going through a grind of 4 playoff rounds. And it's not nothing when you're coming into a group that has that in mind, that has, we want to be there. We want to be deep. We know what it's like to have the heartbreak. We know what it's like to put all the work in and have it, come to an abrupt end. You want someone who understands that stuff. And you made the comment earlier, AJ, about Andrew Cogliano. Has a ton of that. He gets it. These are guys that are going to be able to jump right in and fit in with this group. With 5 minutes to go, everything has to be submitted to the.
They'd have to be on the hold line.
On hold line, yeah,
not submitted.
Yeah, on hold. with why can't I think of what it's fucking called? Central Registry. Holy
Yep.
shit. Within the next 5 minutes, but trades will come in for about 30 to 45 minutes after that.
At least
I'm going to have to
Yeah.
stay on top of my
Yeah.
phone and stuff. I'll have to jump out of here to go down and
Talk to Joe.
do Sakic availability, but
We'll be
Yeah.
talking through all the other nonsense.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So the Rangers just traded a 4th-round pick for Tyler Mott. Would you rather have had that or the Cogliano deal?
who did it?
Can I say neither?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Because I would choose neither.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not neither, but I'm fine with I'm fine with Andrew Cogliano. Like I really
Yeah.
am. I'm fine with it.
I was just curious if there would have been a preference there. I didn't have one, so.
Okay.
All these people saying Mott. If the Avs had traded for Tyler Mott and then someone else traded for Cogliano, like, what would you rather have? Cogliano. It was a cheaper price.
Yeah, I don't think either would be real impact players. Put it that way.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway, there haven't been too many other big trades as we've been talking about these Avs ones. I guess Letty to St. Louis is the
Sure.
biggest one.
Yeah.
Where they give him a second Sundqvist and Wallman for him, but
Not an irrelevant price.
yeah, the not nothing by any stretch. And obviously, the Blues desperately needed defense.
And didn't get it. They got Nick Leddy.
Yeah, Letty more offense from the back end than defense, maybe. But he's not a spring chicken anymore either. But at least they tried. I don't know what to tell you other than that.
Yeah.
For those who like following former Avs, Andrew Hammond got traded to New Jersey.
Yeah. Saw that.
And that's that. Larson Washington for a third.
Here we go, man. This is it. Like this is the next 30 minutes. This is where like the huge flood starts coming in.
It's about to go trade after trade.
AJ, your famous line from the media school days, deadline spur actions. You've been talking now for the last fucking month and a half. You've been going back and forth, taking calls and stuff all day. This is it. This is the next 2 minutes for all NHL teams, regardless of what the Avs are doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Are we expecting any bangers left, or do you think it's going to be just a bunch of random trades that come flooding in?
I think it's really weird Steve Yzerman hasn't done something. And that dude is always like Nick Leddy.
Yeah,
Fine.
has his fingers and everything.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right, so let me ask you guys, because I put out a tweet the other day, and just from like the morality standpoint for us, I guess not morale, but like from a morale standpoint, was it just a little disappointing that they missed out on Giroux, just like coming up short again on the big name, or do you not really care?
I mean,
I think it's a bummer.
But yeah, I don't think it's
Like,
that big of a deal in the situation the Avs are in.
Yep.
Jerky is chewy.
I was going to ask, what is it?
Yeah.
Turkey?
I mean, look, are the Avs better?
Claude Giroux is better than Arturi Lekkinen.
Yeah, right.
So Claude Giroux would have been better this year. No doubt about that. That's a bummer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But given the likely cost of everything, would they have been able to bring Giroux back in free agency?
Who knows?
Maybe. Would they have been able to? Are they going to be able to bring Lekkinen back? For sure. For at least a year. For sure.
Yep.
I think relative, I think prices and relative and all that, like they ended up fine here. Obviously, getting Giroux would have made you way better, but You had a pretty good deadline.
Yeah. Are you guys a little surprised at how little Arizona did?
Yeah, I can't believe Phil Kessel didn't get anything.
Yeah, Phil Kessel not getting traded for literally whatever is a little surprising.
That's very surprising. The fact that regardless of what you think of Phil Kessel, that he didn't get anything, just with the way that like what he does have is so coveted in the NHL playoff experience. He's got 2 rings, he can score, whatever. I would have thought for sure that there would have been a couple teams. I mean, Arizona did almost nothing. What do you guys think of Minnesota?
I mean,
they're not done, so we'll see.
Yeah, supposedly they have one more trade coming, but look, they did what they had to do to try and be competitive this year before their salary cap comes calling. I don't think it's enough.
All right, so we're 1 minute past, so the deadline has come and gone.
Yep.
This was as kind of lame as it was, and maybe you guys can tell me this a little bit better as you guys are going through having to sit here for the last 4 hours. I feel like this was a little bit more of an active deadline than we've seen recently.
It did feel more active like throughout the day instead of there being 2 trades until 1 p.m. and then things starting to pick up. It did feel a little bit steadier for sure.
A little bit more sprinkled in.
Yeah. So does that mean there'll be less trades coming in after the deadline here? Maybe. I still expect quite a few to come ringing in, but we'll see.
So from Craig Morgan from our own PHNX can confirm that both Phil Kessel and Jacob Chychrun will remain with the Coyotes for the rest of the season. He said that he feels like it was maybe Phil Kessel's cap hit that deterred a lot of the interest.
99 cents from Nick. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't get why people are shocked Confer didn't move. When the Avs traded Jost, Confer staying became a lot more likely.
Yeah. It was one or the other.
And now with just 1 year left on his deal, I don't see what
Yeah.
You probably just keep him.
Hey, so actually with the Avs being done, I'm going to go ahead and head on down to the media room. But
come back after.
Joe, yeah, bring us.
I was going to say, here's another poorly shot podcast thing. How long are we doing this?
Probably be live at least another hour, if not more.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll jump back on. I'll shoot you a text to make sure you guys are still rocking and rolling. But plan on me jumping back on probably from up here as soon as I'm done.
There you go. Dope. Appreciate you hanging out, Jesse.
Hey, if either of you guys have anything that you're wanting me to bring up, shoot me a text. Or just announce it right here in the show.
Yeah, no, I'll think about it first.
Okay, yeah, think about it if either of you guys got anything.
Cool.
Sweet guys. Talk to you later.
Take it easy.
All right.
So away we go with the post-deadline deadline.
Yeah.
Yes, like upwards of 1,100 people hanging out with us today. That's dope. We appreciate all of you.
It's been a lot of
fun. Always a good time to have people to just vibe with and talk shit about trades.
Kokaniemi got an 8-year deal.
Yep. I haven't seen the value on it. Is it out there yet?
I don't think so, but I think Sarah said it was going to be less than 5.
That's not bad.
And I wonder how much of a comparable he ends up being for Lehkonen.
Yeah.
He's a little
players.
younger.
Yeah.
A little younger, and he plays center, but he spent a lot of time at wing too. So
279 from Jake. Took a sick day to hang out. Appreciate you guys. Hell yeah. Dude, trade deadline day should be a holiday. Confirmed.
And there should not be games played on it.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that they play NHL games on deadline day. There should not be NHL games for sure.
I think it's fucked up from the perspective of both players and front office.
Yep.
Like you're talking about, you need oh man. Wow. Raquel to the Pens. That is.
That's random. $5 from MJ Seahawk. Do we need to put someone on waivers now? Also, smash the like button.
No. I think if they just put Landeskog and Gerard on one of the injured reserves.
Yeah, they don't even need to do both. They're only one body over right now. So if they put either on injured reserve, that's enough room.
Cap Friendly doesn't have Cogliano.
Yeah, but they had. Oh, you're right. I thought they had Sakura up there earlier. Oh well. Either way, put them both on. Fine. It doesn't matter either way because they're both not going to be back for at least a month.
Yeah. So one of the IRs, if you put each guy on one of the IRs, then you're done.
I also saw people asking about this earlier in the day. You can retroactively IR people. So the Avs can say, "Oh, Gerard has been hurt since this day," and we're retroactively putting him on the IR. So
yeah. A prospect and a second-round pick for Raquel, depending on the prospect.
So a similar-ish price to Lehkonen. We'll see exactly what the prospect is from the Pens. I don't know the Pen system very well. I don't know what they have.
Portsline says that he thinks Domi's on the move.
Domi is moving in the end.
It'd be funny if the Avs told Peter that they were done and they were like, by the way, we're trading for Max Domi.
I mean, after a couple off seasons ago when they're like, we're done. By the way, we've traded Tyson Barrie for Nazem Kadri. That one, never trust it. They're never done. Okay. Yeah, Vancouver didn't do much at all. Columbus hasn't done it. Even if they moved Domi, they really wouldn't have done that much at this deadline. So I'd like Domi too, but I don't see how the Avs could possibly do it at this point.
That would have to probably involve Conver.
Yeah,
are you really going to now make your entire forward core left-handed?
There's definitely a body going back there for sure.
I'm not super surprised Powers and Kaut are still here. I just don't think that there would be.
Yeah, there's no value there, right?
Yeah.
Derek Brassard is going to the Oilers. Okay, whatever. I mean, Arizona did a decent amount, I think, actually. It was just they didn't do a lot today. Like, obviously, Kessel not going is a little surprising, but they moved Larson for a third. They got McBain. They also did some other stuff a little bit earlier, but I forget. Oh, yeah, they traded Dzingel for Richie in a second.
Yeah, they also got Nathan Smith signing rights from Winnipeg, along with Brian Little's cap.
Yep. So they did some stuff, like probably could have done more for sure, but
yeah, I just think Kessel's the one that really stings.
Yeah, Carpenter, I would take Carpenter over Cogliano for sure, but the Avs didn't go that way. Looks like Calgary got Carpenter, but I don't know what the return is yet.
All the time I spent talking about Ryan Carpenter. Now he's in their way.
That's how it goes.
Paul Stastny stays.
Yeah, Stastny not moving, as far as we know. Everything I've seen on the Domi to Carolina thing says they were talking about it, but nothing official yet.
Yeah.
So Fleury hasn't been that good this year.
He really hasn't been.
Like, obviously Cam Talbot was not the truth in Minnesota. Like, sure. But I don't feel great about Minnesota with Math behind them.
All right, I can pull off TweetDeck, which I don't use anymore because it ruins my life.
That bad, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I don't buy the whole but he's behind a guy's been behind a bad team thing. I'm sorry, but there are players that play well on bad teams every single year. And I just don't think it's an excuse. If you're not good on a not good team, like when Drew Doughty, people were like, well, Drew Doughty stopped playing well because the Kings stopped being good. And it's like, what a fucking star. I'm glad I'm paying that guy a shitload of money to be part of the fabric of my organization because the team's not competitive around him. He stopped giving a shit. What the hell? What the hell kind of indictment of that is that of a player?
Well, I mean, also, like, if Fleury has a 917 save percentage instead of a 908, Chicago's probably on the outside of a playoff spot. A couple more goals saved, and that team gets a couple more wins.
Yeah. I mean, it always frustrates me and it's especially true with goaltenders because it just gets waved away. Like we're talking like the John Gibson stuff. This last summer, I didn't even say whether or not I thought it was a good idea or a bad idea or whatever, right? I just simply said John Gibson has been on the downswing for 3 straight years. If you want to pay a king's ransom to go and get him, you have to understand that there's risk there because Gibson hasn't been any good. And it was like, oh, well, in Colorado, he'd be so fucking sick. And it's just Anaheim. Well, guess what? Anaheim's been a lot better in front of him this year, and he's part of the reason why they're on the outside looking in of the postseason again.
Yep.
And it's like at some point, a player has to own his shit. A player is not that good. A player who's not playing well eventually just becomes a not very good player.
The dichotomy of hockey, where like if it's a player you like, it's look at his career numbers and how good he is, and if it's a player you don't like, it's like, well, what has he done for me lately?
Yeah. And if it's a player that you do like, you're like, well, it's been 3 years since he was on a good team. And you're like, yeah,
there's always a way to twist the narrative, right? And whatever way you want to spin it, whatever way you want it to look, there's always a way. Yeah, we know Domi's going to Carolina, but we don't know what the return is yet. Lehkonen plays left wing.
Or right wing. He plays well.
He can play right, but natural left.
This year he plays crown jewel of Colorado's deadline. So expectations are going to be unreasonable for him. Personally, just my.
All right. So should we roster bait a little bit?
Yeah, totally.
Is it 3-headed monster?
And which way should we roster bait? Are we doing this when healthy?
Yes, definitely when healthy.
So let's change some shit up.
Yep.
Let's get weird. All right.
I'm ready.
All right, so I would say Burakovsky, McKinnon, Rantanen.
Okay.
Sexy. Line 2.
Landy.
Nichushkin
Sure. Kadri. I
or
assume.
Landy.
Either
Either
one.
one can play. Either one can play left. I'm cool. Kadri in the middle.
Yeah.
What if?
Oh, God.
Just Landeskog and Nichushkin. Left or right. I don't really care.
Sure.
Okay? With Kadri.
Just make the worst line to play against in hockey. Got it.
Then you have, or let's get even weirder. Let's put Lehkonen.
Put Lehkonen up there. Yeah. Create a true
with
fucking shutdown line.
Nichushkin and Kadri.
Yeah.
Okay?
So you
Then
can put Landy with Newhook.
With Newhook and Comper.
And then round it out with Cogliano, Sturm.
And then Cogliano, Sturm, and LOC.
Pick your poison of LOC, Helm, or Knack. Yeah.
I think Knack is hard out on this one.
I think so too. He hasn't done anything for weeks, but
well, and I just think there's no way he gets the nod over veteran Darren Helm. Yeah. So, how about that? What do you think? Am I wasting Landy?
Yeah, I think you are a little bit.
Swap Lehkonen and Landy.
Yeah, there you go. That
and Lehkonen, Newhook, and Comper.
Here for that.
Kind of small.
I don't think that's necessarily an issue. Especially if you're running a line of Landy and Nichushkin together, and just anytime you want size, you're like, all right, just send them out.
Yeah.
$1 from Caleb. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So the defense.
Yep.
Taves
and McCarr done. The rest of it gets in.
Gerard, Manson.
You think so?
Byram,
third
EJ.
pair. Yeah.
Byram, EJ, first crack.
Okay.
Very open to the idea that Ryan Murray takes that job just because Ryan Murray's played really well.
The final spot, you can put whoever you want there, whether it's Murray or one of the Johnsons. Fine. I am curious to see if Byram does get top 4 minutes, though. He certainly was before he got injured.
What? Aiden Hersher for Domi?
Okay. What else?
That looks like it.
1 3rd-round drafted kid.
For that price. Golly.
Yeah, Av should have gotten Domi if that was the price. Y'all want Sampo Ranta straight up for Max Domi?
No, 3rd-round pick from last year, so it had to have been
Foodie?
Buyalski.
Or Buyalski was a god. That would have been a fucking steal. Yeah, there's no way that kid had 8 points at BC this year.
Come on.
What else is in it?
Versus Aiden Hersher.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his name, so we're just grunting my way through it. Male privilege showing again.
Yeah, that's a hilariously bad trade for Columbus if it's just that. Ryan Carpenter goes for a 5th. It's the same price as Cogliano. Sure would have preferred Carpenter.
After all the shit you talked about Carpenter all year.
I don't even
all year?
Compared to
you
Cogliano.
Son of a bitch!
Compared to Cogliano, bro?
I would have preferred it too. I just thought it was funny because all year I've been joking about the Avs trading for Ryan Carpenter. And all year you've been like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, wanted nothing to do with it. But I'd rather have a lot to do with that than with Cogliano.
Yeah, I'm definitely afraid of Calgary and Nikita Zadorov taking endless penalties in a 7-game series.
They still don't know the comp return to the Rangers.
Yeah, how do we still not know that? It feels like that happened an hour ago.
Yeah, that's been done for a while.
Is there going to be a JT Miller for Ryan McDonough at the last second?
All right, so I'm not going to read this one because it's not a super chat. You just typed out those letters. Not going to do the voice, but thank you for the $2, Travis. Pair
Yo,
character sacrifices a goat to the Dark Lord.
I'm all for goats and Dark Lords. Anything that involves goats and Dark Lords, I'm good with as a means to getting a Stanley Cup. The Wild didn't get Raquel, and the Pens did.
Yeah.
The arms race was basically all 8 teams in the East, Calgary and Colorado.
Yep.
And I would say Minnesota played just the tip.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, like Fleury, Nick Delorier, Tyson Jost. Like I would like 2 fourth-line guys and a starting goaltender who might be at the end of the road here.
I mean, them going out and getting Fleury is like, hey, we're trying, but I don't think they are like scary.
No, that's what I'm saying. The arms race this year was all of the East.
Yeah.
It was Colorado and Calgary, and then the Wild played just the tip. That's it. They didn't get involved in the arms race. They didn't put the whole arm in. They put just the tip.
I don't know if they even got the tip in. That's what I'm
Come
saying.
on, a could-be first-round pick for Marc-Andre Fleury? Come on.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, you know what? Fucking Colorado should be worried about Calgary because they're legit too.
You said that backwards, but yeah.
Thank you. I'm just saying Calgary should be worried about Colorado because Colorado's sick as fuck. I just trusted their talent. Their high-end talent is nasty, and now their depth talent is better. And I want to see how it all works together.
The Avs currently beat the season series by 1 point against Calgary, and they do play again on the 29th. So
I would like to say asterisks next to both of those because Dan Vladar started for both games for the Flames, and the second game happened while there was no Landeskog and Dvorak
too,
and on a Sega Baba. So,
but if you're asking me, I don't think Colorado should be afraid of Calgary.
I mean, respect. That's a good team. I think that's a good team. I think that they're going to be a problem. I think that we see in the regular season that Colorado can handle it.
I don't think any team in the West is really that close to Colorado. Now, I'm not saying Colorado couldn't throw and lose a playoff series, but
every single team that they could be matched up against in the postseason right now, Colorado would be favored.
Yep.
That doesn't guarantee them to win, but they would be favored.
Yep. I agree.
Also, does Fleury actually own Colorado?
Not really. No.
Do we want to see the career splits?
Yep.
30 starts, 15, 11, and 3.
That's
a 915 save percentage.
That's not that good.
It's okay. I mean, 30 starts and he's won 15 of them, so it's hard to say he owns them.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Cogliano
for a 5th-round pick. I don't know that I'm going to have strong feelings about that ever.
It just doesn't. It ends up not mattering. Like I said, I think the Avs could have done better, especially now that you've seen Carpenter go for a 5th. But
yeah,
it's whatever.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, let me close some shit because some of this.
Derek Brassard for a 4th. Where have we seen that trade before?
Yo, it was Derek Brassard for a 3rd with a 6th.
But they got a 6th, which equates to a 4th.
Let's see. Ryan Carpenter. That's what I was doing. The one thing about Ryan Carpenter is right-handed.
Yep.
That would have been the thing that I would have said. Wow. Nemesnikov to the Stars. Ugh. For a 4th-round pick, come on. They could have done that.
I would have taken that over Cogliano.
I would have loved that.
Yeah, I think that would have been a great deal.
I would have loved that.
Whew. Derek Brassard, yeah, we already covered that. Honestly, I expected it to be busier. We're like almost 30 minutes past the deadline, and there hasn't been that much. Is it really?
I would definitely take Kemper over Fleury right now.
It's really just Max Domi for one random bum prospect, huh?
Look, Aiden Hershuk is the real deal.
His 8 points at Boston College really did it for you this year?
Yo. They did really do it for me.
So you should be hyped as fuck on Colby Ambrosio's 17 points or whatever it was then.
Dude, top 10 Avs prospect.
True. He just moved up a couple of spots today for sure. No, Talbot is terrible.
Yeah. Talbot has not been good pretty much all year.
Yep. He couldn't even hold down the starter job over Kakinen, so oops.
And Kakinen just got given to the Sharks. Dude, the Sharks, I love that for the Sharks. They took a chance on Aiden Hill. That was a pretty expensive chance, but then,
to get Kakinen for Jacob Middleton, absolutely.
Yeah, and a 5th. They got a 5th along with it.
Yeah, true.
It's crazy.
DeBrusk did not get moved, even with the extension.
I would say I bet it happens in the summer, but I've said this like 3 years in a row.
So. So really, it's just all these kind of middling trades coming in right now. Not a bunch of not any real needle movers. We still don't have a bingo. That's crazy. There was no Nate Thompson trade. There was no Brian Russ trade.
Yeah, Brian Russ, I didn't think was going anywhere, but Nate Thompson, shocking. I mean, Nate Thompson has like no points in 10 games this year, so I don't think it. I don't want to say shocking, but still waiting on this cop return. Scott Billick says
still haven't gotten that back yet.
The Jets are getting a young prospect defenseman from the Rangers as part of it, but it is not Niles Lundqvist.
Okay, that's weirdly specific for not knowing any pieces of the deal.
Well, Pat Valdez has seen it. He says that no, we don't even need to play the games. He's got it. No cup for the Avs. Dope.
All right. It's over. You heard it here.
Fucking pack it up, fellas. Who does win the cup then, Pat? I want to screenshot that. Tell me, who does win the cup? Because if you're wrong, you never get to comment again.
Yeah, if Kravitsov didn't get moved either, you didn't see the Rangers move any of their Lafreniere, Kako. All those dudes stayed put. At least until we see this cop return, maybe.
Pat has not given us his cup pick.
This was your time to shine, Pat. This was your moment in the spotlight, bud.
Yeah. That was it. All that work.
Our entire chat is now just going after Pat. All right, calm it down, chat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna rate the I'm gonna write a piece grading Colorado's deadline as a whole. I'm not gonna break it down into individual deals because
that would be a lot.
I don't fucking want to. It's just gonna be what they added and what they didn't, and what they lost, and what other moves needed to be made.
All right.
What?
I was going to make a video on the trade deadline, but just go watch the Arturi Lehkonen video from our trade target series, and that would pretty much cover everything I would have said. So there you go.
We can actually kind of touch on some of the summer stuff real quick.
Sure.
Because I actually really do want to look at Colorado's cap situation.
Yep.
It's gonna be a little deceiving with 400 players on there. They still don't have Cogliano.
Yeah, they've been really slow about that.
And the Avs, for what it's worth, the Avs have not officially announced the Cogliano deal.
Sure.
Not to say that it won't happen or that there's a hang up or whatever. It just has not been done yet. So anyway, because his addition does not change the math for next year, we can go ahead and just do this.
55
right now,
million.
The Avs, $26.5 million. If the cap goes up by $1 million, which is the prediction right now, so we'll just say if the cap goes up by $1 million, that puts them at $27.5 million. With big contracts to sign, they've got Burakovsky, they've got Kadri, they've got Nichushkin, they've got Kemper, they've got Manson, and now they've got Lehkonen.
Yep.
We agree Kadri's gone?
He gone. For sure.
Okay. Now I'm just looking. Hold on.
Yep.
Okay. So, Kadri gone. We agree.
Yep.
Just right off the top here, Kadri gone. So, $27.5 million, okay?
Yep.
All right. We're just going to shorten that to 27.5. We all get it. I'm not doing all these extra zeros. Burakovsky, based on the Buchnevich contract last year, $6 million?
Sure.
Okay.
I would say 6 is probably ceiling.
Okay. Let's put him at 6. Okay. $6 million.
$21.5 left.
All right. So we've got $6 million spent.
Yep.
Nuke?
At 4.
I was going to say 4.5.
Sure.
Okay.
Definitely 4 airing on the side of expensive.
Okay. Put him at 4.5. All right.
Kemper,
Kemper.
5, 6.
5.5 sound fair for right
Sure.
now?
Sure.
5.5.
Then you still have Manson.
We're up to 16 million. Now you have
Yeah.
Manson and you have Lehkonen.
And Lehkonen as the major 2 pieces to still sign.
Yep. Can you get those guys for 16 or for 11 million?
Definitely.
Okay. Let's say 4 million for Lehkonen.
Sure.
Again, Aaron on a little bit of the expensive side here.
Yeah. And I would say like 3.5 for Manson at most. Probably less than that.
All right. So I'm going to go 4 million for Lehkonen. And let's just do 4 million for Manson. Give him basically the contract that he has right now.
I don't think he deserves that, but sure. So you do all that.
I've spent 24 million.
Yeah.
I've got 3 million left in cap space for. Do we have any other
to bring back Sturm if you want him?
Oh, yep. There's Sturm. There's Abe Kubel to consider.
I think Kubel's probably gone.
At that point, you either qualify him and plan to and put him in the AHL next year.
Sure.
Because you could bury that entire contract. It's all variable. Or you just let him walk. Either way. Whatever they decide to do.
Not cap relevant, yeah.
Then you have McDermott, Jack Johnson, and Ryan Murray.
You do need to sign at least one more D.
Yeah. Because you just gave away Justin Barron.
Right, and you can sign.
You can sign gave away. Somebody will take that negatively. You traded away Barron. He does no longer.
And you can sign defenseman X in free agency. Also, would fill that spot. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
So
you can then have the EJ conversation then.
Yep. I think it might be doable without even having the EJ conversation. But
and with EJ, it's no, Pat, you don't get to make comments until you tell us who wins the Stanley Cup. You make one more comment without telling us who's winning the Stanley Cup, and you're getting banned. You're not part of this. You're not part of the conversation anymore until you tell us the correct future. That bitch.
I just don't like looking at those numbers. It would be tight for sure, but the Avs could reasonably bring back everyone they wanted to and run a full lineup. It might be a little bit light as your 7th D or maybe your 12th forward, but you could do it. Oh, all right. Enjoy your band, buddy. See you.
Later. Let that be a lesson. If you're going to tell us what the future is, tell us. Punk asses.
In any case, it becomes a much more interesting conversation.
Holy lordy. 33 trades are still in the queue at Central Registry.
33?
For the record, there were 32 moves made at last year's trade deadline.
Dude, they need to have more people working that phone line is what they need at that point.
Yo. Absolutely.
That's a lot of trades still to come.
Yeah. You think it's toxic to go out for chat to go after him? Okay, dude. Yeah, what's the hold music for the trade for Central Registry's trade queue?
Oh God. I hope it's like the Rob Zombie Goalhorn song, just on repeat.
I do hope it is one song on repeat.
Yeah, yeah.
That is it's not a playlist or anything. I do hope that it is. I do hope that it is just one thing. Just one song.
Oh, they're still half these trades are going to be like nothing trades, right?
So the Macarena. I've learned some things about the Macarena recently.
What?
Did you know? So I didn't know this, but there's a law in Canada that says a certain amount of radio play in Canada has to be Canadian artists. And the Macarena was so popular that in order to fulfill the demand to hear it on the radio, they had Canadian artists go in and do their own version of the Macarena so that they could legally play it on the radio as much as they were getting requests for it.
What kind of psychotic trivia? Where would you even go to like learn something like that? Like
what? Anyway, I just thought that was I thought that was a fun thing to know. Like
it's a thing to know.
Also that who officially got credited with that song?
Oh, I don't know.
Because there was an incorrect credit on that song that caused all kinds of controversy.
Why do you know so much about the Macarena?
Look, I don't have to explain myself to you. But fun fact about the Macarena.
Apparently it's Los Del Rio.
Yeah, they got so that's like the original artist, but there were a bunch of like remixes that ended up getting credited. And one of them was like a dude that was running that was working for a record label in Miami at the time. Wanted the female's perspective on the track. Because he's like listening, he's like translating the song, and he's like, "Oh, it's a story about a girl that goes out dancing when her husband or boyfriend, I can't remember which, goes to serve his required military service, and she like goes out and has a good time." And he's like, "I just thought it was unfair that she didn't have her side of the story told." So he said he took 10 minutes, wrote lyrics, called up a friend of his, and she came over and recorded like an English version of these lyrics that he just layered into the song. And then they like sent it over to a radio station, and it got played like fucking crazy in Miami, and it got incorrectly credited
to the actual band.
to that dude.
Oh.
But it was they kept calling him like part of a band.
Yeah.
They didn't know what to call him, and so it ended up with like, I don't know. It ended up he got incorrectly credited. It wasn't like the record label or anything. It was like the beach he was working on, and so they, for shorthand, they were like, "Oh, it's It's the whatever boys, whatever beach it was. I can't remember. And so it got in Miami on the radio. It was incorrectly credited. So, Pat is back with a vengeance. So, fun fact. Multiple fun facts about the Macarena, in fact.
What? I don't. You've never been to Miami, have you?
Me?
Yeah.
Actually, I have.
All right. Well,
I was young. I was a kid though, so it doesn't.
So doesn't count for your deep Macarena knowledge.
No. This was not something that I. This was not something that I picked up like in Miami and like met the guy that this happened to. Anyway.
Oh my God. What in the world nonsense is that?
Yeah, exactly. Does Elliot Friedman have Macarena knowledge like that? What's up?
So it's a second, Zach Ashton Reese, Dominic Simone, and a prospect for Raquel.
And a second round pick. This ended up being like a pretty big thing.
Yeah, it ended up being a lot more pieces than
yeah
originally claimed. Oh God. We've got Blaze in the back.
Yeah.
What up, homie?
What up? This is just starting, right?
You wish.
Blaze, I see you fighting with people on Twitter. Fight with people in chat instead. And tell them why this deadline rules.
Because the Avs got better without having to give anyone away on the team. That stands as the current roster, right? And their window to win right now is getting shorter by the minute. So, like, I know Barron is a fan favorite. People really wanted to see him in an Avs sweater. But when is he going to be ready versus what they got in return for him, right? Like, if it's now, it's now.
Well, I think the earliest that you would have talked about Barron is next season, but adding Manson and opening up, at least open up the possibility that Manson re-signs in the offseason.
Yeah.
Well, there would not have been a lot of room. And now if Manson walks, they let him leave. Like, look, if somebody's going to pay Manson $5.5 million, he's fucking let it go.
Goodbye.
Because like right now he's at 4.5, right?
Yeah, it's like 4 point. It's like 4.1.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I don't think he deserves a penny more than that next year either. But
I wonder if they can just get him to just do that all over again.
Just run it back with the same contract.
Yeah.
$5 from Colton. Okay, now can we have the roommate story? And have you met Saint Sakic, and is he nice?
I have met Joe Sakic often enough that he has given me dating advice. Over the years, he has given me dating advice, given me advice on where to take my now fiance, congratulated me specifically for getting engaged to a Canadian girl. And I am going to absolutely jokingly invite him to the wedding.
$5 from Danny.
If he shows up, awesome.
Ghost stories or we riot, AJ?
I've told ghost stories on the show before. I think we're good for today. The roommate story is genuinely just too long.
We're telling ghost stories about the Macarena is what's in today, apparently.
No ghost. There was no ghost involved in that. It was just Macarena.
As far as you know.
I guess that's true.
But
as far as I know, there were no ghosts involved in my Macarena story.
It is a bit of an interesting deadline day. You already mentioned Manson, and the same holds true for Lehkonen in that neither of these guys really need to be rentals for Colorado. For a thing that a lot of people are calling going all in, this is trades that could continue to impact the Avs positively for the foreseeable future if Manson comes back. Lehkonen's an RFA, so you're expecting to get at least another year out of him.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There's a Netflix documentary on the Macarena.
No, he said Multiple people have said that there should be one.
No. $5 from William. What was Sakic's dating advice, and how much did it have to do with snapping the wrists for a quick release?
That is
when I was in Vancouver for the draft, it was the first time that Z and I had spent time together in person as a couple. We had previously met, but we weren't together yet. It was the first time, and we were both in Vancouver for that draft. That was the Byram Newhook draft. And after they drafted Byram, I was walking back to my seat because the way that the media setup was that we sat in the middle of the arena in the stands, and then we had to walk around the concourse to the media area. And I ran into Sakic, and he was like, "AJ, how are you doing? What are you up to?" And I was like, "Man, this is like the day of my life, right? Like, my lady is here, and this and that." And he was like, "Okay, does she like sushi?" And I was like, "Totes." And like sushi's like big in Vancouver for obvious reasons, right? And he was like, "Okay, you got to take her here, and you're guaranteed to give her a wonderful dinner, like a romantic dinner." And I was like, "Awesome, man. Thank you. Like, I really appreciate it. We'll definitely consider that." Right. And go back and I sit down and I pull up this restaurant on my phone, and I'm like, "Joe, keep in mind, I'm poor and haven't spent the last however long in the NHL, bro. So obviously we did not go to that insanely expensive ass sushi restaurant, but we had a good time nonetheless." So while his dating advice didn't totally pan out, he tried to hook a brother up.
$7 from Johnny. Gonna be weird to see Cogliano skate out there with his walker. I'm joking.
He's the same age as Darren Helm.
Also,
so same thing.
Cap
Two walkers
Friendly
on the ice.
having an interaction with the Avs on Twitter. Avs saying, "We are also fully cap compliant without needing LTIR," and Cap Friendly asking, "Did you assign someone? Because it doesn't seem like you are." So that happened.
And I'm sure that the social media person was like, "Yep."
By the way, I'm seeing some stuff in here that I might be Pat. That is not the case. I am not Pat.
If he was Pat, he would have immediately said the Florida Panthers are winning the cup. All right. He would not have hesitated.
I mean, the Florida Panthers are going to be in the finals, but they're not going to win the cup.
Yeah, because you think the Avs are going to win the cup.
That's right.
Unlike Pat.
Like that Sakic says they weren't really in on Giroux.
Sure, bud.
Also, what the hell did Tampa Bay give up for Riley Nash? Because he was on Tampa Bay earlier this year, and they waived him.
Yep.
He's been claimed like 3 different times.
Yeah, he's been bounced around quite a bit.
I love that Sakic before the deadline said we're open to moving the first round pick, and then today says that's the
We were
one
never
thing we
gonna
weren't
move
going
it
to
for
do.
a rental. Yeah. It's all just talk.
Ryan Carpenter is going to the Flames, huh? Okay.
I'd have rather had him
We
than
did this.
Cogliano.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird deal here.
I cannot get autographs from you for you. Sorry. That is not a thing.
I always love the trades that have TBD. Like, yeah, we'll just give you this dude and we'll figure out. I mean, obviously they're having like a discussion, but it's like, yeah, we'll figure it out.
I like the future considerations because in the NHL,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
nothing. It either means a guy on an AHL contract or it's literally nothing.
Actually nothing.
Yeah.
We still don't know.
Oh, hey, Liquid just got to jailer.
Ooh, they killed him. Nice. Where's Echo? I didn't actually watch much.
I don't know.
overnight.
They just got to jailer and reset us tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't.
Better
think they're
hurry.
doing it. Echo's on jailer too. Okay. Echo got jailer to 75%.
I am really curious. 33 trades and the Avs aren't involved in any of them?
Also, like, what are these trades? They haven't been coming in at all.
Yeah.
Calgary trades Michael McNiven to Ottawa for future considerations. Cool.
Ooh, Ken Hughes says he came close to trading the Shea Weber contract.
To Arizona, I'd imagine.
I would also imagine, but interesting that they were like holding out for something.
Yeah. Colton with $2 saying Rudo literally anyone over Cogliano. I mean, yeah.
Does the Kraken have enough players to field a team right now?
They did sell a lot.
Seems like early on it was like every trade.
You gotta give Ron Francis a touch of credit. Like,
he finally bit the bullet on that front.
All of the picks he did not, because if his pick haul looked as it does now, if it had looked that way coming out of the expansion draft, we would have been falling all over ourselves and been like, "Oh my God, it's such a great job! You look at the future, but you're so smart! Oh God, Ron Francis!" And instead, like, they face planted for 6 months, and then we're like, "All right, trade all these fucking dudes back to their old team.
Do over. Let's go."
And got all those picks for it. So it's all right, Ron Francis. Well done, sir.
Yeesh. Sakic indicating it's going to be Newhook and Lehkonen together. No big surprise there, but
as it should be. That's going to be awesome for Newey.
Yeah, excited to see a bit more talent next to Newhook for sure.
Yeah.
Did they genuinely have one person working this central registry call line? Is it one person with 32 calls backed up? Like,
it's not even calls. It's probably fax machine if it's the NHL, right?
Well, and I wonder, like, how many of them are like
just nothing deals.
Toppling on it, right? Like, like that's one of the deals where it's like, oh, it's been announced, but it's still sitting in the queue. Where you're just like, how much more fun would it be if none of these leak throughout the day, and at the end of the day, at the end of the deadline, the NHL just bam, one releases like a press release. But here's all the deals from the
drops them all.
Well, we don't have any of the show. We literally just wait for this. We wait for the NHL to just release this list, and then the list comes out, and you have to sift through all of it all at once.
There is basically no way Lehkonen will make it for tonight, by the way. When you play for a Canadian team and then you get moved to an American team, you have to get work visas. It's very complicated.
They do have somebody that works for every team that does an excellent job of pushing that paperwork immediately. Typically, they know ahead of time, like, this is happening, and they submit that paperwork, like, that's it. That paperwork probably gets submitted before the trade is finalized because they're like, we gotta go.
I'm sure they're great on their end, but it doesn't make governments move any faster.
Oh yeah, no, there's like that was because I remember that was what I asked at when Makar signed.
Yeah,
and he had to switch from a student visa to a work visa. I asked that at the presser, and they didn't have an answer for me. And then afterwards, PR pulled me aside and was like, "Here's the person who does all this. She can answer your questions." And I was like, "Cool. Is he going to be ready?" And she was like, "Yep." And I was like, "Good talk. Like, you guys could have just said yes." Well, that was literally all. Like, we jumped through way more steps than necessary, but I super appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I wish we did stuff like this more often. I wish I had an opportunity to dig into stuff like that more often. Usually it's a smashing into a wall.
That's like players pay because they're traveling so much. That's a nightmare on top of itself.
Yeah, with per diem and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, could you imagine? Somebody brought this up. I hadn't thought about it, but remember the beginning of the year when the Islanders' home arena wasn't finished?
Yeah.
And they opened the season on a 13-game road trip?
Yeah.
Imagine the per diem they got for that thing. And even, I know that they broke it up, but could you just, the per diem had to be fucking crazy for that, for the portions of those trips.
Oh, yeah. Do you know there was a player on a certain team that used to blow his per diem per day in breakfast? Played for the Blue Jackets, big name, had lots of money, would go back to the coaching staff, ask for more money because he was buying champagne and high-end breakfast meals. He's Russian. Can you guess who it is?
It was a big name that was Russian that played for Columbus.
Yeah.
Big name Russians have played for Columbus?
Huge name Russian that played for Columbus in his later years. Yes. I know this because
this has got to be Sergei Fedorov.
Yes. My uncle would be like, this dude who's a multimillionaire had the gall to come back at us and ask for more money after spending his per diem at breakfast. It's supposed to last you for 3 meals or 2 meals, and then you obviously team dinner.
Well, and like by that point, he had made mad money.
Yeah, but I think he also lost a lot of mad money too. I think he was big into the sports gambling.
Shit.
For the record, the NHL per diem for this season is $103 a day.
Yeah, back then it was like 85.
A day.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm invested. We're looking this up. So $103 per day?
Yep. $7 from Johnny. Fun fact, Cogliano was in my dad's 1974 high school graduating class. Small world.
For a second there, I was like, oh, that's cool. Oh, wait a second. 1974. Okay.
60-year-old.
All right, so $100. This first part of this trip is 12 days.
So $1,200 plus a little.
Okay, so the NHL broke this up with like multiple 3-day breaks.
So I could stop paying per diem.
Yeah. Yeah, there were enough big breaks that they probably just went home.
Whew.
Just sitting here waiting for the queue to work itself out.
Parise and Clutterbuck got extensions, I guess. That's the news. The return for Boteto was Nick Merkley.
Cool.
Yeah, not really a banger.
There were definitely some deals that happened at this deadline where I'm so curious. I'm like, how is it that you decided Zach Senyshyn
was the guy?
You know, how is it that you were all about like we need Anthony Boteto? Or like Nashville being like Jeremy Lauzon? For a second round pick? Yeah. Well, why is David Poyle so bad at the deadline?
It's his curse for being able to cheat every contract negotiation in history. I don't even know what the extensions are money-wise for Parise and Clutterbuck, but
2 years for Clutterbuck and 1 for Parise.
yeah.
So we can do this whole thing all over again with Zach Parise next
year, baby.
He's going to be a big part of my roster.
Oh my god. I'm sure they did, but they can do it in the summer and still not be able to trade him because they gave him an extension that costs way too much money.
So we kind of did some quick math earlier, but really on some of these contract extensions, like Kemper, I had him at 5.5, but Kemper, like 6 has kind of been that magic number
for goalies around the league. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's also older.
Yep.
And that was why I had him at a little bit cheaper. Do you think maybe it ends up being 6, but instead of it being 5 years because it's already like he turned
4.
He'll turn 32 in May.
Ooh.
So he's 32 already. It will be his age 32 season next year. You think that's more of like a 4-year deal at like 6 per?
I'd go 5 per.
I mean, I will ask, but given the year that he's having and given just recent market.
Yeah. I mean, 4 is definitely safer for the team, right? But
yeah.
I
goalies play till they're 37 all the time, right?
Well, and this is where I'm like, $6 million. You give a little bit on the AAV to keep the term from getting too rough, but 4 years for Kemper. Would we all be good with a 4-year deal at 6 per?
Yep. TBD. I want to see the
fair
performance
enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Totally fair enough. I guess I'm just assuming like a solid postseason.
Yeah.
Makes the conference finals.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. It does not have a game like what Grubauer had, where you're like, hold up, hold up. Maybe I don't want to give this dude money because he got that money and then rolled around in that cash and then pooped in the bed that he got it in. That shit was nasty.
Oh.
So I think that's a fair. See how he does in the postseason. I'm just assuming like, okay. So what about a guy like Nuke?
What about him?
Money wise, I'm talking off-season contracts here. Well, we still wait for some of these things to come in.
Yeah, I hear you, but I just don't see. Like, what's your absolute max is like maybe 4.5 for that guy.
Okay. Washington's going to come in and offer him 5.5.
Well, then see ya, Nuke. Nice knowing you, bud.
Or maybe it's Berkey. Maybe that's who they're going to. I can't remember. They're hot.
So 35 points in 44 games here.
Yeah.
He hasn't really had a big lull this year.
Yeah.
Playing in a role that he's probably going to be able to play in Colorado for the rest of whatever his tenure would be.
Sure.
That's a 65-point pace.
Yeah, but he's also missed 20 games. 18, I guess, but whatever.
Think so?
I do. No.
I mean, I can't see how you would get away with giving him like $6 million.
Yeah, there's like, who I actually think is a decent comparable contract for him is Alex Kerfoot's deal.
3.5
Yeah, like I think you probably bump it up to 4.
because
you're
of the UFA tax.
Because of what?
UFA.
Yeah, like you're getting UFA years, but like you look at the deal that Kerfoot got after 2 years of 40-point production.
Yeah.
And
He's back there again this year.
Yeah,
Do you think
right.
that let's say the Avs have a deep run? Do you think that's like something that other teams are going to value higher than 4 for Nuke? Depending on just like we were talking about, if he has like what he's been doing throughout the year in the playoffs.
I mean, I think teams could value it, but again, like I'd say maybe I'd go 4.5 for Nuke, but any more than that, and I'm like, all right, I'll let some other team try and make sure he's worth that contract every year.
Yeah. I mean, who could you replace that 4.5 for $5 million? Like, who would be out there?
I mean, it's so hard to shake out the free agent market this early because half those dudes end up signing. But
yeah.
And that's where
UFAs disappear real quick.
Yeah.
I think that's where you just say, look, you think you have to keep him. So even if you have to go to 5.5, you have to keep him.
I wouldn't. I
keep
him 5.5.
I see, and the thing is I just don't think that you can say, well, we'll find somebody else that does that. Because I think you could find somebody else that does what Burakovsky does. Granted, like obviously goal scoring is insanely important. But I think that what you could do is you could find a Texier on another roster. You could find a Verana from Detroit, right? Like there are guys on other teams that you could trade assets for and go and get a young goal scorer.
I mean,
I just think Nichushkin's skill set is just so hard to find. The particular combination where he's big and he's
what you're saying
on the forecheck, he's elite defensively, and now he's produced enough offense that you're talking.
But in the future, maybe you're replacing that across multiple parts. Like you have Lehkonen to replace the defensive side of his work there. Lekkonen's going to provide some decent goal scoring for you. It's not going to provide the same size on things like the forecheck, but I don't think it's worth going insane for Val. Like I said, I go 4.5. I'm willing to pay him what he's worth, but if some team rolls up and is like, here's this type of price we're paying for like consistent 50-point players, I don't know.
Yeah, but he just turned 27.
Yeah.
If you were to give him a 5-year deal and you keep him in the top 6, you know, he scores 20 for you this year. He plays 60 games. You know, he scores, where is he at right now? 35. Let's just say he gets, just generously just say he gets to 50 with a 20 goal season.
But sure.
You wouldn't give that guy 5.5 at 27 years old with elite defense, with the elite defense.
Nope.
And a skill set that you just don't find elsewhere.
Nope.
How about Burke or Nuke?
Nuke. It's Nuke.
It's Nuke over Burke. I agree with you there. But when I'm looking at Nichushkin, first of all, he has had 1 year of this production. And this could be the real Nuke. Absolutely could. But I'm not going to be fully convinced that he's going to give you 50 points every year. Secondarily, he has had one healthy season in this stretch of his career since returning. He only played 57 games his 1 year in Dallas. He only played, I guess 65 is mostly healthy for 1920.
65 of 72 and then 55 of 50.
And the 55 is fully healthy. I agree. But this year he's missed significant time. So you're asking me to pay a guy 5.5 who you regularly see miss 20 plus games a year, who has not had the consistent scoring like this. Yes, he's probably good for 30 points.
I don't think it's. Can you say with confidence that the games missed at the end of his Dallas tenure were injury and not healthy scratches?
No, I'm sure some of them were healthy scratches. But
Okay. So with confidence, you're saying he misses 20 games a year because it's happened once.
That's what I was about to
Fair
say
enough.
too.
you can take out the injury concerns, though. My
Yeah.
bigger problem is that this is a guy that track record wise, he's going to give you 30-ish points, not 50.
I think if you're planning on putting him in your top 6 and keeping him there, and you put him, the idea being of putting him next to Newhook next year, I think you're saying we want 20 points or 20 goals and at least 40, 45 points out of you.
And I just don't know if I trust that to be consistent with him.
And I would say, look, his shooting percentage this year is a little high. It's at 14%. It's high. It's higher than it's ever been. I think that's a concern, but I don't know. I think he's made himself too invaluable, and the fact that he has fit every single line, every single role, he has never been out of place. Because once he got going, it took him a while to get going his first year, but once he got going, he hasn't really turned it. He hasn't really stopped. And this year is the year that, look, he's in his prime. This might be the best year that he gets. He's averaging 18 minutes of ice time, which is 4 more minutes than he averaged the last 2 years in Colorado. So he's got big role here. But he just turned 27. So if you give him a 5-year deal, you're talking about really extending him through the prime. And he brings a skill set that you just don't teams spend. Look at Vancouver. They spend endless assets trying to find a guy like this. They spend endless draft picks trying to find a guy like this. And you have one on your roster that you're going to let walk over $1 million.
The thing is, overpaying.
Are you trying to compete for a cup, or are you trying to save some money?
You're trying to compete for a cup, but the thing is, overpaying guys like this is a fucking death sentence to competing for cups.
I think overpaying guys like JT Compher is a death sentence. I'm worried, and I'm legit worried that Arturi Lehkonen is exactly that kind of guy who gets a $4.5 million contract and is a $3 million player. I'm more worried about Lehkonen's deal than I am Nichushkin's deal.
I hear what you're saying, and I don't know that I necessarily disagree, but I also think a player like Lehkonen helps replace some of what you would lose with Nuke. If you even lose Nuke. Sure.
Without you being offended by it?
Yes. Am I ever offended? Really?
This is a personal question.
That's fine.
Have you ever been to couples therapy?
Never.
Never?
Nah.
Because I'm just curious because I hear what you're saying. It's very a couples therapist who's trying to help you with your communication.
Yeah, me and Sarah never fight. So
I mean, you guys are both awesome, so I don't doubt that. I was just curious.
No, yeah, I don't know.
You're I hear what you're saying, and I see where you're coming from, but
fuck that.
I'm trying to diffuse the situation, and I'm just trying to have this conversation with you. And I didn't mean it in an offensive way. I was
no, I don't. No, it's all. We do have a super chat though, $5 from Colton. Okay, I get that Berkey has the best shot and release ever, but can you explain why 90% end up in a beer in the upper deck?
Because that's what happens when you try and pick corners.
Yep.
Straight higher.
You know when a guy shoots 17%, you know what's happening on the other end of 83% of those shots? They're getting stopped.
He's not scored at a very good pace at all in the new calendar year.
Yeah.
Sure. It's been
pretty rough. He'll come around. I mean, it's better than they used to coach basically where if you miss the net, you'd be doing push-ups, and then you have a bunch of guys that shoot to the center of the net all the time because, when you practice and then you go out and actually play a game, you don't want to miss the net. Guys that are scoring are hitting corners, hitting the marks. That means you're going to miss the net sometimes. Now, now he's missing it more than he's making it, but that's, that happens. He'll be streaky. Rudo, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
Would you take Philip Denault or Nuke?
I mean, Denault can play center, right? But I think I'd still prefer Nuke in the Av system right now.
Let's not. Yeah, I'm just thinking of like players that kind of have that same game, defensive minded.
I like long term. Dano would be a fucking money 3C for the Avs, right? If you're looking at next year, you go McKinnon, Newhook, Dano, and you're just done, right?
Yeah.
But
Do you know how much his cap hit is?
Off the top of my head, I guess 5.5 probably.
Yep, exactly.
But that's what I'm saying. Like Nuke isn't a center.
That makes the argument for less than 5.5.
Yeah.
Because Nuke is a wing. Also, I think Dano, even with the limited goal scoring in his career, Dano has he has a 53-point season, a 47-point season.
Yeah,
better track
He's
record
got-
of
he's-
offensive production.
Yeah, definitely that better track record. And then I was going to say I was pretty sure he was good in the playoffs last year, but he was not. At least offensively.
So
he was
the
not.
Avs can sign Nuke for 4.5 in the offseason, and everyone can be happy.
Well, I think I just think that this is leading up to 5.
Yeah.
And like 5 is probably the right number because that's the number where I'm like, I don't love it, but it's fine.
Well, and this is where I think it ends up as a 5x5. And circling back around to it, the 5x5 is what Andrew Kopp was asking for. And when you look at Nuke versus Andrew Kopp, which would you rather give it to? And it's absolutely Nuke. Even though Kopp has the center versatility, he's never been a top 6 center. He's only ever been a 3C.
Sure.
So I just think it's I think Nichushkin is headed for just like a fascinating free agent conversation. And since we're kind of hanging out here, I just figured why not.
Thank you for the $5. $5 to go towards AJ and Rudo's couples therapy.
I was afraid to ask because I knew somebody was gonna.
You guys are gonna need that in a few years. It's gonna be like, oh man,
it just wasn't meant that way.
So Riley Nash went back to Tampa for future considerations.
For nothing.
For literally nothing. Clutterbuck got signed to 2 years at 1.75.
Wow. Both Barron brothers got traded today.
Yep.
That's funny.
And Kopp ended up being that the second can turn into a first if the Rangers win 2 rounds in the playoffs and Kopp plays half the games, and another 2 that can be Winnipeg option in 20. I don't understand what Darren Dreger's trying to say there. The Rangers gave up a bunch of picks for Kopp is the short version.
Yeah, gave up a bunch of conditional shit.
Yeah.
That could be worth a lot or could be worth not quite as much, depending on how it goes.
Yep.
Dude, the Yotes. Like, is the trade? I mean, excuse me. Is the draft just going to be the Yotes for 2 years?
Yotes in Seattle just picking back and forth.
Just like, all right, next up on the board.
They're not even going up to the stage anymore because they ran out of the jerseys that they give players, and so they're just gonna sit at the thing and announce them like they do on YouTube.
They have
Jesse?
so many picks.
Jesse has returned from Joe Sakic's conversation.
Yeah, I found a home. I had texted AJ. They I had a hard time finding a place to set back up. But yeah, so I found somewhere to go.
Nice.
What did I miss from you guys?
We always are trying to look for places to go.
AJ has an incredibly deep knowledge of the Macarena.
All right.
So you didn't miss much, is the short answer.
Hey, that's not nothing.
It's not nothing. It's true.
Yeah, good. I mean, a lot of the stuff that you kind of expected him to say, but he was asked about the Claude Giroux thing, and he said, look, like we were in on it. I let Chuck Fletcher know several times that we were interested, that we were what we were willing, like the price we were willing to pay. But he did kind of confirm a couple of those reports from the last day or two that Giroux kind of made it known that, yeah, I want Florida. So he said that we let him know, but we never really felt like we were in it.
Sure.
So that was interesting. Did say that they weren't going to give up a first round, the 2023 first round pick, and that they were only going to give up Justin Barron if it was for a guy with term. They didn't want to give up Justin Barron for someone that was going to be a rental. Were the kind of big talking points that stuck out to me.
Not necessarily it's a guy with term, but a guy
Control.
Control.
Yeah. Not term, but he did say not a rental. So yeah, like I said, those are the big ones that stuck out to me. He said that they are pretty encouraged by the progress that Bo Byram is making. That they're hoping he'll be back. Right now, that he said they're expecting Gabe Landeskog to be back before playoffs. He said that they are expecting 3, 4, 5 games if everything keeps progressing the way that it is for Gabe Landeskog to be back. And he made sure to call out that they are cap compliant today. A couple different times.
Cap friendly wasn't so sure about that. But
Yeah.
$2 from Colton, but what are the new dating tips though, Jesse?
we talked about the dating advice that Sakic gave me. So
What did he give you? What did he say?
I'm not going through this again.
The short answer is he wanted AJ to take his girl to a rich place, and AJ was like, "I'm not that rich."
Yeah. when you pull up the place on Google and it's got the 5 money symbols, the $5
Dude,
symbol,
yeah.
you're like, Joe, average person who has not spent the last 20 years in the NHL cashing them checks, homie. What the hell?
No, it's. I mean, I always think back to the draft, and you and I were in Dallas. It's like, what are you guys up to tonight? It's like probably something very different than what you're up to tonight. Like, I don't know.
Go back to my hotel and not touch the mini fridge.
Had he asked us when we were in Vegas that question, the answer was a lot more interesting because we did things when we were there.
Yeah,
But in Dallas, we went to Whataburger and then went back to the Airbnb.
And then talked about Whataburger. Yeah. The other interesting thing that I really stood out to me, and I tweeted out the quote. He did say Arturi Lehkonen will be a great winger for Alex Newhook. So it sounds like that is the plan. That he'll be playing with Newhook. I know we talked about that. That's not necessarily like earth shattering, but that does sound like that is the plan in part of the discussions and stuff like that with coaching staff is they want to put Lehkonen next to Newhook and add that skill.
Okay.
Like we've talked about a lot over the last couple of weeks.
All right. Next question, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Would you pay Val Nichushkin $5.5 million?
I saw that one come through. Was this another topic?
Yeah.
Topic.
We
Yeah.
just had this like an in-depth. We spent the last probably 15 minutes on this.
Well, hold on.
Yeah. Actually, Joe was Sakic was in here. He was Pat Valdez. That was him. He loves to drop in and troll.
Yeah,
And say all kinds of crazy shit about the Avs not winning the cup.
the one that just popped in there, the 4x4, I feel like I'm a lot more comfortable with. I mean, to like double the guy's salary is the question 5x5 or just 5?
I mean,
Like
the
5
question
million.
is, how much would you do, really?
Yeah, like we were talking about 5x5 as a potential structure, but at 27 years old, going into free agency, coming off a career year, term is probably going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more comfortable in the 4 to 4.5.
My man.
But if you're serious about him being a key part of that top 6, like if you think that what you're seeing this year isn't just a career year flash in the pan thing, that we think this guy can bring something, this element similar for the next several years. I can maybe talk myself into 5, but I don't know if I'd go all the way to 5 years.
We said 5.5 was the line where if you absolutely had to do it or you lose it.
Yeah. Yeah. And for me, and you make a great point that you're going to need to get some term for him, but like, I'd love for it to, like, if you're in that number, that it's more like 3 years.
That's not going to happen for a 27-year-old.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, to get up to that higher dollar amount, you'd probably like a little bit less term. But if you really believe in that guy as a member of your top six, then, you know.
Kadri's old contract isn't a valid template because that was a contract that was way too fucking good.
Well, and it was signed in a different
yeah,
CBA.
the cap was significantly lower. Yeah, it's a different spot.
And yeah, with the cap hopefully actually going up.
We did all the math on this, where we re-signed all the guys. We looked at the cap, and we came out to about $24 million to re-sign everybody but Kadri.
Yep,
all the key guys but Kadri, Lehkonen included.
Yeah. Tiffany's comment, I didn't even fully realize this till Joe started his presser. The Cogliano deal was pending the trade call. It was one of the ones that was backed up in the queue. So yeah, that has just officially gone through.
Yeah.
Use the term veteran leadership to describe Cogliano. He did say that they intentionally targeted guys that, again, like we've talked about so much, high character, strong voices, leaders in the room. Yeah.
My question is, if you believe in your core and your leadership group every single year, why do you always feel the need to throw away a draft pick on strong character at the deadline? Is the character in your room not strong enough?
To me, it's a great point.
Season.
Yeah.
Just curious. Like, is this not exactly why you signed Darren Helm? Every single box that Cogliano checks, wasn't Darren Helm supposed to check it? So is this an admission of failure with the Darren Helm signing? Or did you watch what Darren Helm did for you for 6 months and said, give me more?
Well, so and so I asked him, I said, look, but I saw this comment earlier, the veteran leadership is not a real thing. Like, have you, like, you must work from home, like self-starter business, self-employed. Because, like, you don't actually think that having important leadership and strong voices in any work environment, like, if you don't think that's a real thing, then you were homeschooled and now you're self-employed. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with the comment. But
how big of a voice is Andrew Cogliano going to have for 20 games?
No. I'm saying the comment "veteran leadership" isn't a real thing. Just that comment by itself. I'm not talking. But so I asked him. I said, "Look, like you brought in more guys than you sent out in terms of your NHL roster. What was the goal? Were you guys trying to give yourself options and different looks? Were you guys trying to, like, what was the point of, and I didn't outright call out, Andrew Cogliano, but, like, what was the point of bringing in all these depth guys if you're not going to move anybody out? And he said, we want depth. We have run into injury issues. This is an exact quote. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said, we have run into injury issues. If you are going 2 months, if you are going in a 2-month-long playoff run, you are going to run into injuries. We've run into it before, and we didn't want to get caught in a situation where we didn't have guys going into the lineup that weren't comfortable being in the lineup, hadn't been there before. And so that was kind of what he said was, we know that as this run goes on and turns into such a grind, we are going to need guys that we can plug in with injuries, with poor play, that we feel comfortable putting in the lineup. So, again, I'm with you, AJ, on, like, the whole Cogliano thing. Was that so? That was the guy, but I can at least understand the rationale.
Cogliano versus Carpenter. Like, Carpenter is at least right-handed and is the same thing, and his game hasn't completely cratered in the last year. So it's like,
yeah,
it was just Cogliano specifically, where I'm just like,
for sure.
That was the guy, and watch, he'll probably have a shorthanded goal that wins them a game now. It'll probably be our Tori Lehkonen to Andrew Cogliano. The greatest line of all time.
To get them out of the second round, to, like, push them into the conference finals.
And they'll score it on Fleury.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good question, in terms of, like, the why this guy specifically, but I mean, Joe Sakic, he harped on depth. He harped on we want to make sure we aren't running into a situation like what they ran into in the bubble where half your lineup is AHL regular.
If that's the case, and if Cogliano's not even in your lineup, and I don't know what their plan is for him specifically.
Right.
A fifth? You couldn't have given him a sixth? A seventh? What, 2024? You couldn't have gotten rid of this year's? Like,
So
come
we didn't
on.
have to do the draft.
Right,
Yeah, I was
so we
going to
don't
say,
have to on the second half of the draft. Damn it, Joe!
AJ and I have been openly advocating for no draft
Trade
picks
them
this
all?
year. Yeah, get rid of all of them and we'll be good.
Yeah, we have 3, 5, 6, and 7 that we have to worry about.
Way too much caring about the draft.
What the hell, guys? This was the chance.
Way too much caring about.
There goes the mic.
Yep, Mike did.
Oh no,
Check
Mike,
it off
what's
the
going
box.
Check
There
that
it is.
off.
Bingo.
I don't. Yahir left. I don't know. how
I
to
have
kill
it.
the
I
bingo
have it.
box.
Yes.
I've got
Yes.
it. I'm on it, boys.
When I jumped in, I saw a bunch of people like, oh, his mic was working, so too bad. And I was like, oh, well, now I kind of hope it cuts out. Just for,
And there it goes again.
Nobody wins anything, but we all get to feel better about ourselves on this day.
Spent a lot of time on this graphic, so
It's been a good deadline. We got bingo. It's been a fun show. I've got writing to do at some point just to talk about all this. We have a crazy night. The Avs fucking play in a few hours.
Yeah.
yeah.
Did everyone have the same bingo card?
Yeah, of
Yeah, we
course.
just made
Yeah,
one
what
for
are
the
we gonna
show.
We just
do?
made one. Yeah.
And just hand them out to people. No, we're all in the same bingo group together. We
talked
get to
about
stand
doing
up and shout bingo and then rush the stage for our prize.
Yeah, we talked about doing that, but it's like the
You know how much
tools that you
work
need
that
to
is?
like do it. You just mix it up.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Well, all right, Blaze, if
Good
it's not that big of a deal, I was on your side, but why the fuck didn't you do it now, you lazy bitch? God, I had your back. And then you were like, oh, it's not that hard. All right,
I know.
well,
I'm
where's
tempted
the
to- yeah,
guy?
that's like actually on on my
Dude,
side.
here's the sad part
Great
is
teammate.
like we don't even have a bingo.
Everyone was yelling
We
bingo.
don't, do we? It's just like
Oh,
random
oh.
shit.
There it
Oh, we
is.
got the cross. We got the crossing bingo. We're good.
Oh, we
Yeah.
do have a bingo.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. No,
But Phil Kessel wasn't
didn't get
traded, so that's wrong.
Oh, who marked Phil Kessel got traded? Dude, Yahir. He's not here, right? So let's blame Yahir. on
Yeah,
that
blame
one.
Yahir. Confirmed.
We definitely had a Goodrow Coleman comparison,
Yeah,
and it won't
that
matter
definitely
because Brian
happened.
Russ did not get traded.
Brian Russ did not.
We did have a
Did
disheveled
you-
Brian Burke, though, but we did not have Phil Kessel traded. So we're not
How
getting
about
bingo.
AJ saying banana pants?
It won't matter.
It could for the cross down, a prospect swap, and someone.
I mean,
saying fire
last
sale.
piece.
The reverse cross. Has someone made a prospect swap yet?
Have not actually seen one.
Yeah.
Let me load up Cap Friendly and see what the.
Hockey IQ.
No, most of these have been future considerations.
Yeah. Which I said we should have put on there after the fact, but
Yeah. You were right.
The other thing
Damn.
too is Joe Sakic did say that the team is not planning on putting Landy on LTIR.
yeah, which they don't need to if they're cap compliant.
Right,
so.
right.
Yeah.
I was
No big
so
deal.
wrong with that. I
They
could've
should just
swore
put
that
both
was
of
all
those
planned.
guys on regular IR because they're over the roster.
I'm sure they will.
They need to do
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
So I honestly and I guess maybe I could have asked him this, but I to me it was honestly kind of implied once the deadline came and went. I think they would have put Landy on LTIR had they made a move that would have necessitated it. Like I think they were kind of keeping that in their hip pocket. But yeah, they're cap compliant. And you know, he's saying that they're actually hopeful he'll be back. What?
Just the cop conditions.
But yeah, that they're hopeful he'll be back before the end of the regular season.
So the conditions on the cop deal. So Morgan Barron, a 5th-round pick, solid. It can get a conditional 2022 second-round pick
2?
That becomes this year. That becomes a first-round pick if the Rangers win 2 rounds and Cop plays 50% of the games.
Okay.
And then a 22-23 second-round pick. The Jets will have the option of the 22 second-rounder that is owned by St. Louis or the 23 second-rounder owned by the Rangers.
Gotcha.
So for sure, it's that 1 second-round pick, probably another second-round pick, but a first if they win 2 rounds and Cop plays in 50%.
Got it.
And Morgan Barron, and a 5th-round pick. That's a pretty good return for Andrew Copp.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good return for him. So good for them. Yeah, Nate Schnarr for Andrew Hammond is not a prospect swap.
Yeah, I don't know, like, there's still trades left in the queue, but I don't know if any of them are like important trades or not.
Jesse's mic's not working.
He broke it again. Amazing. We're gonna get a bingo of Jesse broken mics alone.
Yeah. Just keep Jesse broken mic, just replacing all the ones for the guys who didn't get traded.
I honestly don't even know at this point. Whoa.
Yeah, another extremely generous super chat here. Our second $50 one of the day from Colton this time.
So generous it actually stopped me mid-sentence.
Yeah. Trying to stop your mic as we speak too.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything today. Go ask Hail Satan. Appreciate the 50, Colton. That's extremely generous. So
It's very crunchy.
yeah.
Who is that? I'm not wearing a vest.
It's Jesse. Yeah.
Sounding like he's wearing a poncho that he's crinkling.
What's crazy is when it gets all messy like that, it's when it just kicks over to my AirPods. And like I feel like it's not like AirPods shouldn't be that shitty.
And yet
here we are.
I've done some doctoring to the bingo card.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, you sorted it for us.
Yeah, so now we officially have one
real bingo. Let's see how you do.
I talked about the Macarena.
I don't. You like put a giant bingo over it, so I
you can still read over it. Come on now.
Here you go, Chad. We did it. We got bingo.
AJ talks about the Macarena to replace Phil Kessel.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we can stay on and wait to see what these trades are, but I don't think there's a whole lot else going on.
So yeah, what I was saying before my mic started shitting out. Obviously, I'm positive you guys talked about the Max Domi deal did get through.
Yeah, for nothing, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I like you said, Rudo, I don't really know what else is.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's stuff out there, but
I know there's other trades. I just don't know if there's any that really move the needle at all left.
Right.
But I don't know. And anything else anyone wants to add?
If you get Bo Byron back, that's like getting a new piece on the defensive side as well.
Straight up, yeah.
So you walk into the deadline, I guess the week of the deadline, and you're playing in. You have a defense of Taves, Makar, Murray, Jack Johnson, Curtis McDermott, and Eric Johnson. Okay, and then you walk into round 1 of the playoffs. Okay, round 1 of the playoffs, and you have Taves, Makar, Gerard, Josh Manson, Bowen Byram, and then one of those other 3 guys.
Pretty good.
They kept all of them. They didn't move any of them. They just kept everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So you're just now and then Jesse, we roster baited the healthy lineup earlier, and I suggested Landeskog. I suggested a Nichushkin, Kadri, Lehkonen second line as like a pure defensive shutdown, eat 'em up.
Yeah.
And then Landeskog, Newhook, and Comfer
Oh, wow.
as like
And
your
obviously,
third line.
and Burakovsky stays with that top group. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and that is the roster mate. Like that is where, again, like I get people's disappointment that they didn't go out and land, the big
Basically
name. Yeah.
Giroux.
Right.
Because
But-
there was no other big name. What other big name moved at this deadline?
Right. No, you're 100% correct. I was pissed. It was right after the presser ended. I was like, damn, I should have asked him just like hey, someone said that you called and asked about Patrick Kane. Did you? Just to see what he would say. Just see him squirm a bit.
Well, Jesse, we don't actually like to comment on the status of other players who are with other organizations, so I can't really say.
Right. Which is why I was honestly surprised that he gave as much of an answer as he did for the Giroux question. But to your point, AJ, like you really do. You step back and look at this roster and just the additions that they've made. Like it just beefs up this roster in all the ways that you want it to. It puts guys in more appropriate positions for their skill set. It gives you a little bit more options in that top 9. Like, I mean, honestly, I hadn't really considered what you just said, but like that is the fun part of this, is you have 4 or 5 different looks that you could realistically be pretty happy with.
Yeah, and I think the most realistic look is the top line, 3-headed monster, and then Nichushkin, Kadri, Burakovsky, and then Lehkonen, Newhook, Comfer, and then some combination of Helm, Cogliano, Sturm, LOC.
See, I think I think flip Landy and Burke.
I think it's 3 of those guys for the fourth line. You think Burakovsky goes? You think that they're going to go back to that when fully healthy? That they'll go back to Burakovsky up top and Landeskog with Kadri and Nuke?
Yeah,
I mean, both of them present serious matchup problems. But my only concern is that if you were going to take Landeskog off of that line, I want to put Nuke on it, because that hard working, that grinding, that physical forechecking presence really unlocks that line in a different way. And Burakovsky does none of that. It's just more skill, which obviously can be sick if they catch him against a fourth line or whatever. You're just like, nah.
Well, and that's
a very good hockey player.
And that's what I think it is. I think he's looking at that because of the way that again, second line, Kadri, Nichushkin, Landy played together. I think there was a lot of upside there that they liked. And they really were just kind of looking at it like, okay, cool. So now we have like a pure skill line. We've got this line that is just a nightmare to play against, with Kadri, Landy, Nichushkin. But there's enough skill there. There's enough finish there. And then, you're putting Lehkonen on that third line now next to Newhook. I mean, the point of this is I think they liked the way that combination on that second line looked, and it gave them a pure skill line. It gave them a big, heavy line, hard to play against. Now you've got a little bit more of like a defensive-minded third group. But to the point of all of this is jumble up any of those names in that top 9, and you're going to come out with a really, really good group on each.
I also
use the word again.
It's not something we've touched on so much so far, but I also really like their end of game options that they have now, because now you can look. The Avs really like throwing out McKinnon and Rantanen, and I know that they're like Rantanen fucking around the other day against San Jose. You're like what are you doing, my guy? But I think that this gives them a couple more bullets in that gun to work with specific options, because McKinnon and Rantanen, the reason they're out there at the end of games is because they get out of the zone better than anybody. Like they get pucks and they fly the zone. They do an unbelievable job in transition and creating empty net goals. They're not your traditional thought of like closer, but those two guys together are nasty. With Landeskog, it's easy. You just keep them there, right? Maybe you consider taking Mikko off of that and then putting McKinnon there with, like a Sturm so that you have 2 face-off options,
Right.
and maybe you put maybe you put Lekin in there as another defensive option that's going to be able to break out really nicely.
Mhm.
And like your end of game alignment, you can really use both Lehkonen and Sturm and move them up into your lineup, especially with Nichushkin hanging around as a high-end defensive forward.
Yeah.
You can put different combinations of guys on the lines for specific game situations. And like Burakovsky doesn't touch the ice, but Kadri goes out there. He's got Lehkonen next to him. He's got Nichushkin next to him. Kadri goes out there. He's got Lehkonen next to him. He's got Sturm next to him, so that you have 2 face-off guys in case somebody gets kicked. And I think that's where the other, like the really, really, really tiny specific matchup things, the Avs I think addressed most of them. The number one thing that they did not get is a right-handed forward anywhere in their lineup to help them that wins any kind of face-offs. And this is where, when you talk about Cogliano versus Carpenter specifically, that's where you're like, Carpenter would have been the better fit there.
So AJ, you just used the word matchups, and that's the other thing that I think we kind of gloss over a bit when we're talking about line combinations and stuff. That's one thing that Bednar has said repeatedly, that part of the reason why he wanted to mess with some of these lines and get different looks, like the Landy with Kadri and Nichushkin, is he said, we're going to run into different teams that are going to require different matchups. I don't think it's far-fetched at all to say that, and I'm making these 2 teams up in terms of matchups, but you pull Minnesota in the first round, maybe you want that 3-headed monster line together where it's like you don't have anyone to match this group. And then maybe you play a Vegas in the next round or whatever. And it's we want that little bit meaner, heavier second line. And then that top line can kind of go head to head with their skilled top line. I think they want different looks, and I think they want to be hard to scout. So it wouldn't be surprising me at all that if this team goes 4 rounds, that we could very realistically see like 3 different combinations of forward groups used for the entirety of a series.
So the Domi cap hit got double retained. CBJ retained half. They went through Florida to retain half of the half, and then Carolina got him.
Yeah, fucking Florida, man. Like they
fucking Florida man is something we've been saying for a long time.
They went out and they added everyone they wanted to add, and then still were able to like weaponize cap space and pick up like assets and stuff. It's like, you mother.
It's crazy. We've been live for 5 hours, so I'm about done, I think. But
well,
I haven't even officially said hi to you.
Hey, I had a question for you. Did they talk anything about EJ's birthday today? Being on the trade deadline.
They didn't. No.
All right.
Look, I don't want to put a conspiracy theory out into the world, but I'm just going to say there have been some interesting small pieces this year that have stuck out to me. This birthday thing is not one of them. But I will say there have been a couple different post games where EJ has not like celebrated with the team.
Sure.
He has not consistently been wearing the A.
True.
Which is something that has been a norm for him in previous years.
Yeah.
And he has looked just ever so disconnected at times, body language wise. And I just wonder if the writing is on the wall that this separation is coming. Mm-hmm. And that I wonder, his role has been lessened. We've seen him get benched at times this year. We've seen really like just his influence in the organization has shrunk quite a bit this season. And I wonder if they're just preparing, not like, and I don't think that this is like a preparing to move on, but like if they are getting themselves ready for life after EJ, which is why I'm starting to wonder about a buyout coming after this year, because he's just been so poor.
Right.
at times
Well,
this season. And if Jack Johnson retires because he's old and nobody else wants him, like I wonder if you buy him out, you bring back Manson, you bring back Ryan Murray, and you kind of just run it back with a lot of the same group next year. And so I wonder about that. You know, he goes from $6 million. His buyout would be $2 million against the cap next year and $2 million the year after. So you save $4 million up front, and then you add $2 million in the second year that would otherwise not exist. Obviously, that eats into some of your McKinnon extension money, but so does the cap going up a couple of times.
Right. Well,
I'm just sort of I'm saying I wonder if these small things add up to the Avs being like, hey, this is kind of our last hurrah with Erik Johnson. We're not doing $6 million again next season. We'll either find a home for him in the offseason and pay pick price or a prospect price, or we're just going to buy him out and we're going to move on because we're not going to do $6 million to a guy that has been replaced in our lineup essentially.
Right. And there was two things there that you said that I think really do kind of, like you said, just kind of start adding things up. One is that you are at a point now where the buyout is totally manageable.
Yeah.
$2 million for 2 years.
Yeah.
You know, some of that conversation started coming up a couple of years ago amongst fans, and you were sitting there kind of looking at it in the same way that Minnesota bought out Parise and Suter, where you're like, well, yeah, but really all that does is get him off your roster. So you are at a point now where the buyout makes a little bit more sense. And two, where it really stuck out to me that his role had truly diminished this year was he didn't have a letter coming out of camp. You're like, okay, well, they gave it to Mikko, though. And you want those top guys. Those are the most important guys in your lineup, playing the most minutes as far as forwards go. It was when the first couple injuries hit, and there was like two other guys, including Cale Makar, who got letters before. Well, I mean, EJ hasn't had one all season. And that to me, where I was like, yeah, that role has diminished in the locker room, where he is now not only is he not one of the three leaders in the room, he's not fourth, he's not fifth, he's not a prevalent voice there anymore. I really do, with all the Seattle stuff, I don't doubt for a second that they would have bought him out had he not waived. But I think they are looking at this kind of like what you said.
He couldn't have
one more time.
Year. He was hurt last year, and you can't buy out an injured player.
That's true. Yeah.
And so if he's healthy at the end of this year, one, minor miracle, and two, that's where you maybe take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Because if he's hurt again, then your hands are tied, and that's not a conversation you can have.
No, yeah, it's a great point, but I do kind of think they're looking at that as like a last push with him this year. And then go from there.
Chat wants to know the likelihood that EJ retires at the end of the year. That's an Erik Johnson question. If he doesn't have an appetite for the game, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's it, Blaze.
I just wonder, like, I don't necessarily want to end on like such a depressing note. I think
we're not gonna. Don't worry.
Yeah, we got something to end it.
We're all fans of Erik Johnson.
Yeah.
And like the story of Erik Johnson finally getting a cup in Colorado and all that. Yeah. That would be awesome. I've started to put some small pieces together and begun to wonder with like, hey, this happens every player. Well, and the role on the team is just it's. If Byram does get healthy and they do bring back Josh Manson, like there's 5 guys right there.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're like, hey, would Ryan Murray stick around on a multi-year deal for a couple million, especially because now with no Justin Barron and Drew Hellison to push that spot, you're like, okay, we can just kind of finish off this defense. We're not worrying about a prospect taking this job anymore. So that's where I wonder about that. It just me thinking out loud.
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily a negative note. It's just like you look at the deals they made. You're looking at how this roster is shaping out now with the addition of Josh Manson. You sit there and it's like this may finally be the time where it actually makes sense that they would do it. They could benefit from that extra $4 million in space for the next 2 years. You're going to probably get a small bump in the salary cap. I know people, think I have it out for him way more than I do, but like his role has way diminished on the ice. The play has really dropped off. I don't know. I don't know if every team would want EJ for $2 million. Like I really don't.
Well, and if you look at his underlying numbers, any team that has an analytics department is going to be one that says, "Hey, we have concerns here."
Yeah.
And like the Avs, the weird part of this whole conversation is he's been healthy all year. Mm-hmm. And that was like the number one concern with him coming into the season was, can he even be healthy enough to be part of a playoff run? And now, he has been, and you've just seen too much of his game has become compromised with the physical limitations that have gone down. And you're just kind of looking at him and you're like, well, the guy's making just too much money. Mm-hmm. And you hate having $2 million of dead money each season, but next year it opens up $4 million, and the year after that, it's only $2 million in dead money. If you can't work around $2 million in dead money, you're not very good at your job.
Right.
So I'm starting to wonder. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Chat, you better come up with a good Lehkonen shirt quickly, because otherwise Blaze is going to drop this banger.
No, this was AJ's creation on the show. I wanted to bring it to life so everyone can see it. This is not a DNVR shirt. We are not producing this shirt. We would get sued out of our minds right away.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why I thought it was hilarious to suggest, knowing that this was not something we were going to do.
So either you're a believer or you're not.
Either way, come up with a Lehkonen shirt. Maybe we'll actually make that one, unlike the Kadri shirt that we failed to make.
I thought you guys were working on something. Blaze, you kept hinting.
It is. It is. It's still in the works. You got to talk to Eric about that one. That's his baby. His baby.
All right, I'm going to message him right now.
I'm done with this podcast. I hope the rest of you are.
I was going to say, Rudo, you and Blaze are going to be on another show talking about all this same stuff
in a few hours.
In like 3 hours. We got to go do another pregame and a postgame later. So more stuff.
Did we get that super chat that it's been staring there? Is that the one that we got before?
Which one? The one at the top? Yeah, that's the one we already did.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because again, very generous.
Yeah, two of you giving us $50 today. That's crazy. We've been live for 5 hours for realsies, so we're gonna
have to do writing.
Yeah, AJ's got to go write. We got to go prepare for pregame. Again, game should be illegal on trade deadline day.
Yes,
but
I asked Bednar. I said, "Do you care? Do you have any thoughts?" He's like, "No, I don't care. I'm preparing for the game."
Well, it doesn't affect him. He's not getting traded.
True. We're not getting traded either, so be sure to tune into pregame and postgame as the Avs take on the Oilers. No Lehkonen, no Cogliano tonight.
Also, real quick, Arturi Lehkonen coming from Montreal. Joe Sakic did acknowledge he may have a little bit of a delay getting with the team, having to do immigration and all that stuff. So
the visa stuff.
Yeah, so I expect Cogliano will probably be here with the team by Thursday or Wednesday, whenever their next game is.
Their next game.
But I would expect Lehkonen to be a couple days behind.
Okay. There you have it. All the news. I'm going to go try and nap or something.
Are you going to go get a nape?
Maybe. We love you all. See you in seriously 4 hours. Bye.